Who's a great shot at a beer can, ain't he? That's pretty good. What, too soon? Was that too soon? They have Taylor Swift. We got Teamsters. They got Sarah Jessica Parker. We've got farmers on our team. I will take Team America all day long, huh? Tell you some other folks we got. Met a guy who was the valet, the bellhop valet, who came here about 10 years ago from a Caribbean country. And we just happened to be chatting about where he was at and where he was going. He said, you know, I don't understand Americans sometimes. Do you know I would have to pay to have this job in my home country? And I would have to pay every month a VIG to somebody who helped me get this job in my country. And he said, you know what happened here? I came here and said, I'm going to be the hardest working guy you have here if you give me a chance. And he said, you know what? Unbelievable. Not only did they give me the job, but after 10 years of saving, I'm going to be able to afford my first house.
Welcome.
Only in America, he said, could this happen. Think about what we have and who we are. We stopped at a Lebanese restaurant, actually, on the way. We're in the southeast side of Michigan today. We were with J.D. Vance earlier today. We did a phenomenal
All right,
job.
J.D. Vance.
In Flint, Michigan, I will say. The owner was Muslim. He had Arab Christians working on his staff. Yeah, you bet. Chaldeans, Egyptians. You bet. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love Chaldeans. Yeah, yeah. Make sure you all come to the polls tomorrow. I love it. They all came out one by one, all of them, the servers, every one of them. And he came out and said, I will tell you something. I know there's some trepidation about voting Republican. He said, but look at my restaurant. It wasn't all that full.
Trump.
4 years ago, we used to have 45, an hour, and 90-minute waits. The Democrats are stealing our future.
Oh.
Think of that. And one staff after another came out and said, we can't handle this. We're voting Republican. So we know how difficult it has been on Michigan families all over the state, and we talked to a ton of them. For the moms who are struggling, who told us that they have to go to the food pantry the last 2 and 3 days of the month to feed their families. To the folks who actually are working for a living, just got laid off at Ford.
Ridiculous.
Think of that, 700 people because of these EV mandates. The government telling you what kind of car to buy and telling our companies what car to build.
Welcome back.
We're going to kill those EV mandates. So think about what we're doing here. We are here tonight. You didn't give up on politics. Thanks for doing it. You didn't give up on Michigan because so many people did early on. We got here tonight where we will make the difference for President Donald J. Trump and sending him to the White House.
Bring it home.
And for those families that had to go home and talk about that pink slip with their family, which, by the way, goes through Thanksgiving and Christmas, we need to tell them something tomorrow by our showing up, by you bringing 5 of your friends, by finding that crazy Uncle Earl that we all have that hasn't voted in 10 years. You got to find him. Get him to the poll. Yeah, everybody knows that. My family says it's me. I don't know. Could be. We need to tell those auto workers, come tomorrow, we're going to have your back. We're going to tell that woman who is taking groceries off of the conveyor belt and putting it back in the cart because they can't afford it, tomorrow we will have your back. We're going to tell police officers who have been treated like doormats for the last 4 years, come tomorrow, we will have your back. And we are going to tell the men and women of the United States military, no more of that woke nonsense. Come tomorrow, we will have your back. I know you're fired up. Let's do this. Let's win for our country, for our citizens, for the future of the United States of America. Let's get Donald J. Trump in the White House. Let's get Mike Rogers in the Senate. And let's get rid of Chuck Schumer. God bless you. Get out there. Get it done. Go for America.
Yeah, we can't have the music playing, so I can't believe if he's already there. I mean, he was just in Pittsburgh.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former United States Ambassador to Germany and former Acting Director of National Intelligence for the Trump administration, Rick Grenell.
Okay. Can't have any music because we don't want them to say we're copyrighting it. But how's everyone doing? I hope you guys, have you voted? Has anyone voted? Vote for Trump. Amen. Trump, no. Yeah, I'm voting tomorrow. I wanted to vote actually on the 5th because I want to see my vote to be counted when those votes come in tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be nail biting. I'm going to probably start the live around 5:30. I don't know how late it's going to go into the night. Trump, Trump, Trump. That's right, vote. We got to vote, vote, vote. I'm voting for Trump. Absolutely. I'm voting for Trump. And I can't wait. Yeah, he needs to be back in office immediately. We got 2 buffoons running right now. We can't let them get in office. Okay.
And it feels good to be back home.
Thank you.
Let me just tell you, we got some work to do.
All right.
As my mom will tell you, we Westsiders always vote right, but if it wasn't for Detroit, we'd be winning these elections. But I got some news for you this time. We've been working Detroit. We've been working Wayne County. And let me tell you one thing about Wayne County and our Arab brothers and Muslim brothers and sisters. Let me tell you one thing about them. They want peace. And Donald Trump is the peace candidate. He's the one who's going to deliver peace. No more wars. No more open borders. We're tired of it. And we're tired of the left telling you that somehow you are mean-spirited for wanting to have a closed border. You're not mean-spirited. Matter of fact, you are the most generous people in the history of the world when it comes to immigration. We give roughly 1 million people a year U.S. citizenship. No other nation comes even close to that. You are generous. But guess what? There's 500 million people who want to come to this great country. You got to have rules. You got to vet people. We welcome immigrants who are legal, who do it the right way. Don't cut the line. Don't cut the line. We're not going to apologize for wanting to have rules. And by the way, we conservatives and Republicans and independents and common sense people, you can't tell us that somehow wanting to have rules and a closed border makes us racist. We think when you came up with this idea of sanctuary cities, it sounds like a spa day. Sanctuary city. Who would be against sanctuary cities? It sounds so nice. But let me tell you what sanctuary cities are. It's an evil concept. It's an evil concept where you get to break federal law and get protection. That is unacceptable. We hear from our friends on the left constantly talking about undermining democracy. Nothing undermines democracy when you attack the rule of law with a sanctuary city. Millions of Americans are demanding peace, and Donald Trump has delivered peace. We have seen Kamala Harris for the last year struggle on the world stage. She doesn't know where the Middle East is. She doesn't know how to negotiate. She hasn't been over there. Matter of fact, Kamala Harris hasn't even gone to Dearborn, Michigan. Why is that? Why is it that Kamala Harris can't go to Dearborn? Well, I got one thing to say. Hillary Clinton didn't go to Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris didn't go to Dearborn. That spells disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to win Michigan. We're going to put Mike Rogers in the Senate. But let me tell you how we have to do it. Gone is the day that you get to come into the Van Andel Arena, come down here with a whole bunch of people who believe the same way, listen to some speeches, get riled up, and go home and cross your fingers and hope that we win tomorrow night while you sit on your couch and watch TV. Gone is that day. I wish that we lived in the America where
All
you
right,
could
this
just
guy
watch.
needs some more spirit. Come on, pep it
But
up,
I'm here to
dude.
tell you, if you watch, you're going to lose.
Don't
your
forget to like,
country.
share, and
We are not promised to
subscribe.
be the greatest country in the history of the world forever. You have to work for it. When you leave this arena, you've got work to do tomorrow. Every single person has to call everybody they know and say, I'm voting for Donald Trump and Mike Rogers, and here's why.
Yeah, the Democrats are delusional.
You have to do this. Listen, we spend a lot of money on TV commercials and pamphlets, and your mailboxes are being flooded, but there is no better way to get someone to vote for Donald Trump than for you to say to them, I need you to vote for Donald Trump. I'll drive you. I'll take you to the polls. Bug people tomorrow. You have a job to do.
All right, your time up.
And let me just finish with this. I know President Trump, what he's been through is un-American.
Yeah, it
We
is.
should not have a system that tries to ruin this man, bankrupt him. It is
Ridiculous.
un-American what they're doing to him. But he's taught us one thing, and we must do that. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow when you wake up,
Tomorrow is
you have to
E-Day.
work to save your country, and what that means
Yes.
is you must fight,
Fight.
fight,
Fight.
fight.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Woohoo! Fight, fight, fight. That's what we have to
Ladies
do.
and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Okay, Doug. Oh yeah, he was one of the ones that was in the running to become Trump's vice president. I don't know much about him, but he seemingly, I guess he's got a lot of positive things about him. Yeah, Trump. North Dakota. Well, we just believe in that God has this under control and things are going to turn out how God intended it to. I hope all is well and everyone is doing well. God bless everyone. Oh, I don't know if I keep doing that.
When the greatest political comeback in American history occurred, and it happened right here in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I've got a simple little quiz for you. It's multiple choice. 2 answers, Harris or Trump. You need to let me ask the question first. Who's going to win Michigan? Who's going to win Michigan? Who are we going to send back to the White House? Yes, that's right. That's what's going to happen. Everyone tells you that this is the most important election of their lifetime, but this one actually is. And the other thing that we need to understand is, well, it is a national election. There are over 3,000 counties in America. This election is going to be decided tomorrow. About half the electorate hasn't voted yet. 50% of our country voting tomorrow, and that election is going to be decided in 19 counties in 7 states. And this is one of those counties that's going to decide the election. And again, who's going to win tomorrow here?
Donald Trump.
Yes, and that's good news. It's good news for all of you and good news for America. And I want to start with a message from President Trump, and that's one of gratitude. Gratitude for each and every one of you, because if you're in this room, I got to believe that you've been knocking on doors. I see those white Trump Force captains out there. Thank you all for everything you've been doing. How many people have put up a sign in their yard? Look at that. How many of you talked to a friend about who you're going to vote for?
Yeah, I
How
talked to
many of
people.
you
They
have
were
posted
angry.
something online about your support for President Trump?
Trump.
Yes, this room, and many watching at home, you are the force multiplier. You're the group that's overcoming all the misinformation and all the lies. You're out there talking about something that no one can take away from you, and that's your lived experience. And your lived experience is there anything in your life today that costs less than it did 4 years ago? Were you better off when President Trump was president? Well, that's all you need to tell to your friends tomorrow, that we've got a proven leader that can bring our country back, American greatness. And when we're in a room like we are tonight, and we start with a prayer, and we start with a pledge, what I see, I don't see garbage. No. What I see is the best of America. The best of America, where people come together because they care about their country, they care about their community, they care about their family, they care about their kids, they care about their grandkids, and they care about generations that haven't been born yet. That's what I see in this room. And when President Trump takes the stage tonight, and you see that emotion when he walks out here to the music, that's exactly what he's seeing. And I know that he's filled with gratitude for what each and every one of you have done and what each and every one of you are going to do tomorrow, because you have an opportunity by what you do tomorrow to change the course of this country and put us back on the track. There's a giant mess out there. Who's going to fix it?
Trump.
Absolutely. And I just have to touch on that for just 1 second. As a governor of North Dakota, I had an opportunity. I grew up in a small town of 300 people. Didn't even have a computer in that town when I was going to high school. Never seen a piece of software. But with this amazing country, I had a chance to do a software startup with 10 kids from North Dakota. And because of the freedom and the opportunity and the ability to take risks, we built a 2,000-person company. We sold our products all over the world. The American dream existed. And that started under Ronald Reagan when that happened. And he came in, Ronald Reagan, he fixed high interest rates. He brought peace and prosperity to the world. And he was following Jimmy Carter. And what do we have now? With Harris, she's got her fingerprints over every problem we have right now.
Yes, she
Who
does.
was the last person in the room bragging about the last person in the room about the authorized invasion of Afghanistan? Who was that?
Kamala.
Let's pick one. Are we going to say Kamala or Harris? Kamala? You want to say Kamala? Who was the last one in the room?
Kamala.
No. We're talking about who decided to do the horrible withdrawal from Afghanistan. Okay, I think you know the answer. Who was the tying vote? Who was the vote that broke the tie that created the Inflation Creation Act? That was Harris.
Kamala.
Who was the border czar?
Kamala.
Yes. Who was in charge of the EV mandates that are killing our auto industry?
Kamala.
Yes. And who was the one that was leading the cover-up that Joe Biden has the capacity to be our president?
Kamala.
So it is so clear. This is not like a slight course correction when President Trump gets in office with your help. This is a 180-degree different direction on the economy, on energy policy, on border policy, and on national security. And I can tell you myself, 4 weeks ago, I had an opportunity to be in the Middle East. They can't wait for President Trump to come back in and bring peace back to the world. Two weeks ago, I was in South Korea talking with their president. 51 million people living in a spot that's half the size of North Dakota, 20 miles away from the DMZ on the other side. You got the North Korea, which has got nuclear weapons. Do you know who they can't wait to have back in office? Someone with the strength to stand up to China, stand up to the new partnership between North Korea and Russia. North Korea sending troops to Russia, Russia fighting a war against us with oil money because this administration with Harris is choking the U.S. energy business. Both Iran and Russia are funding wars against us with the failed Biden-Harris energy policies. You know who's going to fix that? Absolutely. So do you want more prosperity for you and your family? Do you want lower prices for everything you buy?
Absolutely.
Do you want peace abroad?
Yes.
Okay. Who are we going to send back to the White House?
Trump.
Absolutely. And he's going to be on stage tonight. They're getting closer. They're coming
Jesus
in here,
is
and
king.
this is going to be the final historic thing, like I said, of the
Christ
greatest
is
comeback
Lord.
in political history. You're all part of it. Let's give him an incredible Michigan welcome when he gets here. Thank you, Michigan. Let's go.
Let's
Get
go.
it done tomorrow.
Let's
Thank
go,
you.
baby.
USA. USA. USA.
USA. USA. Boy, this is like nail-biting election. It shouldn't even be close. Shouldn't even be close. It's just amazing that this person didn't even receive one vote from the American people, and all they talk about is saving democracy when nobody chose Kamala to run for president. No one did. She couldn't even when she ran for president, she didn't get one vote. She was the first one to drop out, and it's just amazing. And it's unheard of. I don't think this has ever happened like this. 3 months before election, they do a coup, push out the person that got 14 million votes, and then put someone in that no one voted for. And people think that they want their rights protected. It's just, it's like they are the wolves. The Democrats are the wolves in sheep clothing. They're the ones. They're the ones. The wolves in sheep clothing. They go everything against what I believe in. They go against what God stands for. You know, it's just incredible. Who has a convention that had Planned Parenthood outside of it giving abortions? And they talking about those women's rights. As a woman, I have a right to feed my kids. I have a right to not be hungry. I have a right to not pay high grocery bills. How about those rights? Talking about rights, like say the rights of women, sure. You know, say the rights of women. Like our only right is to have abortions. What about the other rights? We have a right to have a economy that's not breaking the bank. We have a right not to have inflation. We have a right, the kids that we do have, we have a right to be able to feed them. We have a right to be able to house our children. We have a right to not lose our houses. We have a right not to be laid off. Women eat too, just like everyone else. So what about all the other rights? We have a right to be safe. We have a right not to allow invasion of criminals into this country and make us into a third world country. What about those rights? What about those rights? She ran her whole campaign on abortion. Not standing on business about her administration. What she bragged about Bidenomics. You're supposed to run on your record. She doesn't even mention her record. All she has mainstream media that ran her campaign for 84 days. The woman didn't say one word, not one word to the American people or to the world, because the world is watching. This is the candidate that ran from the media, but she's supposed to go and be able to make demands on President Putin, President Xi, President that she's supposed to be able to negotiate and make deals when she's too scared to speak to even Fox News. It's just, and then you got Tampon Tim. You got two morons that don't know anything. They can't negotiate anything, not a damn thing. They will crush her. They hope she wins, because then America we will no longer be the world leaders, because they're too dumb to run this country. We will not be the world leaders. And she ran a whole campaign on women, suckering women in like something was being taken away from you if you couldn't have an abortion. How about you got Planned Parenthood out there giving abortions? How about giving people contraceptives? How about the women telling the guys to wear a freaking condom? How about taking birth control pills? How about other alternatives? Like, once we get that out of the way, then we can talk about the economy. Like women that have kids, like they don't have to feed their children. You have millions of kids going to school hungry every day. Every day they're going to school hungry. They have a right to eat. They have a right to eat. And you have people supporting this nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, women don't need any other rights. Someone want to protect women's rights. You know, you want to have abortion? They took it out of the federal government. Now it's in the state hands. So you go and vote, and in your state, and we get to make those decisions. But she ran on abortion. Not about this jacked up economy, inflation, and she gonna get on stage tomorrow. Groceries are high. Let's do one of her voices. Which voice? The pastor voice, the black voice, the fake black voice. You know, groceries are high. You caused it. Everything we're going through, they caused it. Everything. And they're gonna get on stage and like, yeah, it's high. Yeah, you made it high. You was the deciding vote that sent the inflation into this problem that we have now. So it doesn't make any sense. And people cheering this on, talking about they don't want to go back. It just It's crazy. I don't want to go back to a better economy, lower gas prices, grocery prices that people can afford, interest rates lower. I mean, it's like people are insane. And they want, people actually want more of it. And then you want to have, I thought Joe Biden and her was like a mess because he's suffering from dementia. We don't have anyone running this country right now. And I think Taiwan, they're just waiting to see who becomes president. And then China, they're waiting just to see who's going to become president so they can attack Taiwan because we don't have anybody running this nation. And she certainly as hell can't. So, we're in a lot. And then we have all these people. We're a third world country now. Thank you, Kamala. Third world country. All this for votes, right? All this for power. All for the backs of American people, and American people aren't even wise enough to see that we're being played. They put people in your backyards, in your communities, using your tax dollars. They're living better than we are. They're getting resources that we never received. And we're like, yay, look at the military sleeping out on the street. Vets that have fought for this country aren't getting what they're getting. And we're cheering it on, USA. We don't want to put America first. We're taking care of the rest of the world. But when America needs help, like in North Carolina, Florida, Tennessee, where we had 2 horrific hurricanes that had taken so many lives, they gave them nothing. They gave them nothing. They allow a lot of people to die that could have been saved. They wouldn't even let people go and rescue people. That's how crazy the United States is. And we sitting back in our homes and want because they didn't knock at our door. So it's a lot that we're dealing with, and we're sleeping because this election is bigger than who's voting blue or red. It's bigger than Democrats and Republicans. This is a world situation, and it matters who become president. The world is watching because this election is going to determine what happens to the world. It's not just the United States. And we need someone to lead with strength. And those other countries and those men, they don't respect women, especially weak women. She's weak, she's frightened, she's scared, she can't talk. And she can't talk word salads with these people. You got to come with and stand your ground. And she's incapable of doing it. She's incapable of doing it. You imagine her trying to threaten Putin? They will laugh at her. They would say, bring it. She doesn't know how to direct a lead. She's not a leader. She's not a leader. This woman is a fake. She's a fake candidate. She's fake. She's just been put in this position. Nobody voted for her. No one voted for her. And they're talking about saving democracy. They're a lie from hell. These people have done everything to stop this man from becoming president. And he's trying to look out for our best interests because these people can't. The machine, they don't care that they got 15,000 rapists in this country. Yeah, I guess y'all Kamala voters, y'all like about that Venezuelan guy that raped that 5-year-old little girl in New York. They're here. 5 years old. 5 years old. They're brutal. 5 years old. That scumbag piece of shit raped that child. Those are the things that they're doing in our country. That little girl is done. She's done. She was 5. This one is 5. And maybe it's another one too. But she's 5 years old in New York. 5 years old. Mainstream media is not even, they don't push the stories to show you what's going on in this country. They quiet about that. They real quiet about it. But the people that is in their communities, they are going through hell. New York is destroyed. Aurora is destroyed. Ohio is destroyed. These people are going through it, especially Chicago. Those people, they have done so much to the communities and taking so much of their resources. And then now they want to increase their taxes on their houses because they need $300 more million to take care of the illegal immigrants. They're taking everything from these people, American citizens. You know, it's just amazing, like what's going on right now. And you got dumb people that's sitting back as this is happening to you, because everybody, unless you don't eat, I'm quite sure you've been to the supermarket. Unless you don't have a car or you don't take any kind of transportation to get around, I guess you don't realize what it costs to fill up your tank. Try taking your family out to eat if you can. That'd probably be the Christmas present, because people can't afford it. The prices, the people that's going to school and coming out of college, they can't buy houses. They can't afford to buy houses. And they're taking these illegals and they're giving them $13,000 on EBT cards, giving them luxury apartments, $25,000 in cash, laptops, and they're in our healthcare system. And you think this stuff is sustainable? It's not. You can't bring that amount of people in a short span of time that would take 30 years to even have that many people that come in. They bring them in all at once in a matter of 3.5 years. I mean, just think about it. Anybody in finance, anybody that can do numbers, think about the impact. You haven't seen the impact that what's going on that's going to have in this country, but it's coming. We got people that have murdered people that have been convicted. 13,000? Really? 13,099? I mean, come on. They're running around right now. And y'all sitting back like it's okay. And this woman hasn't said anything. She doesn't even talk to the American people. She doesn't talk about the economy or what she's going to do or even take responsibility for it. Everything is Donald Trump's fault, and he's not even in office. She is. Everything that's going on, she's responsible for it. All of it. All of it. All of it. And the economy is only great for illegals. The only one is great for are illegal immigrants, because they're not doing a damn thing for American citizens. So you could tell the people that actually work for a living, because if you work for a living and you see what's happening, that your money's not going that far, because your paycheck's not keeping up with inflation. You know, you gotta compromise now. You just can't run out and just buy anything and everything. You have to make decisions, especially if you have a family. You know, it's very expensive to feed people in the household, but not for them. They taking the food stamps and they out there selling food on the street, and they're not being taxed, but they tax us. They tax us, Americans. They sent 157 million or 47 million over to Lebanon when people in North Carolina lost everything. No help came for them. No help. They still aren't being helped. Just because they had the hurricane and they're not reporting it, it's not over with. Everything was wiped out for them. And then when they applied for that little $750, we lost everything. Half of them were denied. Because they don't have no money for them. They use the FEMA state funds to fund the illegals. Like there weren't going to be any hurricanes. So there's a lot, you know, it's just like, I don't know, like everybody's like living in bubble land. These people that are voting for this fake fraud. This woman cannot have a crowd unless she has an entertainer. She got to have Beyonce. She got to have Lizzo. She got to have Megan Thee Stallion shaking her ass. She got to have Usher. He didn't even want to get involved. They must have something on him. You know, she has to have all these different entertainers just for people to come to hear her talk about abortion. Abortion, our whole campaign is about entertainers. Entertainers. They're taking up most of the time, and then she talks about abortion, so she'll have people there. Trump doesn't have to have entertainer. She should be running on her own merit. Are you kidding me? I thought I did. Yeah, change it. You know, it's just ridiculous. The things that we are, you know, we should be fighting tooth and nail. We should be like, we don't want any more of this. We should be holding people accountable, but we're not. Like half of America is, the other half is stuck on stupid. You know, we see what's going on. And if you're not listening to the fake news, you know, mainstream media, social media is where people should be going on, because at least people are real. They're not getting paid to lie, or they don't have bosses telling them what to say. They actually are independent thinkers. There's a lot of people out here online that do great reporting, excellent reporting. I watched Cash Jordan in New York. He's the only one that I really see that's showing people how bad it's in New York, what's really going on. All the stealing, the looting, and how the crime is crazy. They're doing everything in New York. It's like a third world country in New York City. It's maddening. And we're sitting back like we are in bubble land, like don't see what's going on. You should demand better. You should want better. If not for yourself, especially for children. Your children, you should want them to have a better future. You should want them to struggle. You know, so it doesn't make any sense. They need to show more. See, they've been keeping this stuff quiet because they want her to win this election. But if you saw the results of this administration, if they really showed you like they should be reporting on the news, then you would be up in arms. If you really knew what was going on in this country. And it's just starting. We got 54,000 Asian men, Chinese men that came into this country. Where are they? They're not in the shelters. They said they go somewhere called the camp. We got all these Venezuela gangs. They had these years now to organize. They're committing crimes all throughout the United States. It's all kinds of stuff going on. We had terrorists in this country. Y'all remember 9/11? How many? It was just a few of them. So imagine having hundreds and thousands of them in here. We have the cartel here. We have everything here. They're missing children. How many? They said 300, 25,000. People, women are being killed trying to cross the border. Fentanyl is here, being, I guess somehow it's getting into this country, but it's coming from China. We got all this stuff under this administration because of this open border. The open border has really destroyed this country. It's destroyed this country. And yeah, that's right. Only 12,000 new jobs. And those jobs didn't go to American citizens. They said the only people that have been hired, is just the illegal immigrants. Americans aren't getting hired. 12,000 out of 12,000. And they tried to lie about over 818,000 until it was exposed. They lied. It was fake jobs. They lied. That's what they lied. They're the wolves. And I was on the other side last election, you know. But after I saw this mess and start really paying attention to what's going on and just really doing my own research, I had no idea it was this bad. Had no idea that they were running this country into the ground like this, all for power. They don't care about you. They're giving you nothing, and you saying, give me more of that. Give me more inflation. Give me more of not being able to purchase a house. You can't sell your house. The interest rates are so high to try to buy another one. I mean, it's awful out here. So it's a lot that's going on. And, you know, you got people, even on here, everybody on here not no American citizen. They're the last ones that want to hear the truth. They don't want to hear the truth. Who wants to hear the truth? You want to be lied to. You know, you just want to go in the store, go to the supermarket. Yeah, the illegal immigrants, we're blaming them. That's right. They should come in here legally. Yeah, it's a lot going on. This open border has brought a crime in the United States like we've never seen before. We have no idea of how bad it can get. Like everything the American citizens, we're used to seeing this kind of crap and this kind of news overseas, not here in the United States. I mean, this is not normal for us. It's normal for the illegal immigrants. It's normal for them, but it's not normal for us. There's no normacy in this. We never got what they got. They don't give Americans $13,000, $15,000 EBT cards. That doesn't happen for American citizens, and that's our taxpayer dollars. You know? So it doesn't matter. The truth is the truth. No matter how you twist it, the truth is the truth. Ain't nobody sugarcoating anything for anyone. You know, you accept it or you don't. But the truth is the truth. And the truth hurts. You know, the truth hurts. People don't want to hear real. The people want to be lied to when they see all this stuff that's happening. This has been awful. No, I don't believe there's been any other president and administration that's caused so much damage in a short period of time. You know, this is unbelievable what they have done to this country when you have idiots running it. Idiots running it. They even allowed a freaking Chinese balloon fly over the whole goddamn country. They know they got all the intelligence they want. They know where the military bases are located. They know where to attack, what to do. They never even shot that down. I didn't realize that this administration was that damn incompetent. And we shouldn't accept it. We should want better. How are we world leaders with what we have? Who's going to follow this freaking scared ass woman they're talking word salads, they don't know anything. She doesn't even know how to govern. She doesn't know how to govern. She doesn't know how to do business deals with the Chinese leaders. She doesn't know how to do deals with them. She doesn't know how to talk with them. She doesn't know how to. She's inexperienced and she's afraid and she comes off scared. She can't even have a rally unless she has entertainers there because nobody would show up. People don't show up for her. You know, it's just ridiculous. People don't show up for her. The lady is a loser. She's a freaking loser. And she should have never even been vice president, looking at how awful she's been as a border czar and the decisions that she's made since she's been in office that has hurt this country. Hurt the country. Not help. She's supposed to be a help. You're going through this because of her. Everything we're going through is because of Kamala Harris. We're in this shape because of Kamala Harris. That's why we're going through this. And she doesn't talk about it. She won't talk about abortion. Abortion. Every man want to hear that. You got people in the United States that's not affected by it, but that's her. That's what she's running on. Not on her record. Not on her record. Thank you for subscribing. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe, please. She's not running on her record. That's what you're supposed to run on your record. Trump is running on his record when he was president 4 years ago. She's not running on her record. She's running on abortion. Like that's the only issue that we have. And then she want to focus on women rights. We have a right to be able to feed our children. We have a right not to have men in our locker rooms. We have a right not to have boys in women's sports. We have other rights too. We have a right to be able to purchase a house. We have a right to heat our homes. We have other rights other than freaking abortion. There are other women rights. that she doesn't talk about. We need to eat too. We need heat as well. We want to go on vacations. We want to buy cars. We want to have money to pay for insurance. You know, she doesn't talk about those things. Like the only thing that women care about is one issue. Women have a lot of other issues that are concerning. There are a lot of women that are heading households. They're responsible for their household. They can't afford to get laid off or lose their jobs. People are losing jobs and getting laid off left and right now, just in case some of you aren't aware of that. And they're heading the households, so it matters. And birth control is not a contraceptive. You know, you could have a man simply wear a freaking condom. You be on birth control pills. Take some birth control. Do stuff to protect yourself. Stop sleeping around. Close your legs. You know, there are other alternatives, but that's not something to run on. Abortion is not something to run on. But they screaming it and hollering in the mainstream media. They talk, you know, they're so influential. She's had a mainstream media campaign. We're waiting for Trump. I mean, he's flying from Pittsburgh to Michigan. I don't know, fourth event. He got that because I couldn't do it. There's no way I could do what he's doing on every day. Talking about stamina. And he don't have no big star meeting him. He doesn't have Taylor Swift, Beyonce, J-Lo. You know, he doesn't have Lizzo, Usher, Jermaine Dupri, Eminem. He looked like he was angry to even be there. I don't know how they made him get up there. I think they got something on all these people. He don't have the actors, Robert De Niro and all these different people. You know, it's him. He's standing his ground. He has God. He has God, and that's all he needs. He don't need these name droppers. He don't need these fake pastors too. The lady mocked God. God should not be mocked. Jesus is king. So it's just terrible. Those people are really up late. You know, God is still in control, and he's sitting on the throne. He's the Alpha and Omega. He knows the beginning and the end. He knows everything that's going on. He knows all the lying. He knows all the corruption. He sees it all. They can lie to the American people, but they can't lie to God. You can't fool God. That's for sure. God said every mouth should confess and every knee shall bow that Jesus Christ is Lord. So any unbelievers on here, you need to get saved and accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. You don't want to find out the hard way. Eternity is a long time to burn in a lake of fire. What did you make for time? I gotta get that to that officer. I'll take that tomorrow. Probably go vote first, then I'll come back and write. Don't wait for that. Trump baby. waiting for Trump to arrive. Trump, baby. Trump, Trump, Trump. Trump, Trump, Trump. Trump is a boss. He's a boss. Yeah, Lord, let Trump shine in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. I wonder what time is he gonna This is the first time that I've seen like American citizens coming together as one for one cause instead of going at each other. You have black people, Jews, Asians, Latinos, everyone standing together, Muslims that are standing together to vote for Trump, put him in office. It's amazing. After this country has been invaded, there's more of us that's coming together now, like never before. So that's a good thing that we're coming together as Americans. I thought people was coming on. It was just me again up there. Unbelievable. And he's doing one tomorrow? You say he's doing a rally tomorrow? Where's the rally at tomorrow? Where's the rally at tomorrow?
I'm not sure.
How you know he's doing one?
I looked it up.
Anyone knows where Trump is doing his rally at tomorrow? Oh, this is the last one? Are you sure you saw that he was doing a rally, Elijah? You saw that he was doing a rally? Was it in his did you see it on Trump's on his saying he was doing a rally? Or say, did you see it on his platform? That he was doing a rally. I mean, he's tireless. I mean, he most definitely gonna outwork her.
Forgive my mistakes.
Spelled it wrong. Oh. I wonder how long does it take him to fly from Pittsburgh to Michigan? And then they gotta escort him there and he has to get there. That's a nice monitor. What are you listening to? Oh, what are you listening to?
I was listening to Youth Daughter. It's a really, really good song I found from the show Lock Key.
I had everything, you probably could have brought it back up, everything that I had already written out. Because when I tried to upload the pictures, when I guess lost, because I uploaded it. Then when I went live, I saw it. And I didn't know that it was lost. But I didn't see my picture initially when I went live. It had the picture I had chosen. So how did that happen? I don't know what time he's going to be there. Anything you want to say to anyone? You want to talk to them a little bit? Maybe talk a little bit.
Forgive my mistakes.
Thank you. Talk to them. Oh, he got to show up. I forgot that. Because it's going to run out again. Where's the thing at? You'll do it up front today instead of at the end. Can you talk to them? Just share. Okay. Grab that. Help me. Awful. Gotta get out of this ghetto streaming. trying to talk some? Too much. Okay, it's not gonna happen. Where's everyone from? Anyone from Pennsylvania? Michigan? Well, it's amazing. I think Kamala, she doesn't know the difference between what a woman is. So when people say they mom, she don't know what a woman is. Oh, from they got some little men on here. They like little men. They like, you could tell the weak ones. They hide behind the stream and everything. You could tell that they not real men. They like little men, little weak men. Okay.
Look, Mom.
What?
Look up there. Look. This is Wimpy's sister. She dressed up as a.
What?
That's Wimpy's sister. She dressed up as
How tall is she?
Huh?
He's like 7'20".
You look kind of short right there. She's really tall.
He could never look short. In this video, he looks short. Oh, let's see what's going on with that stream. The stream. They should have had some more speakers here. They only had 2 that came out. Do it. I'm going out when I go. I'm up until around 12 in the morning. Trump, Trump, Trump. Let's go, baby. Tomorrow is election day. Just doesn't seem real that tomorrow we're going to find out, hopefully, who the next president of the United States is.
Mom?
Yeah. What?
It stopped.
What stop? The stream?
Yeah.
I don't know what that's doing or not. That's dumb. I don't know. That's Wi-Fi. That's dumb. They
Go to a
stopped.
different stream. Just change the camera.
Then I need to switch it so they can. Yeah, that's some. Let's see if they're starting back up. That's their stream.
The internet is on Wi-Fi. Change the stream.
Where the hell? Wait.
About to watch Trump rally, the last rally. Not reading comments because I'm tired of seeing people's opinions and their opinions that don't make any sense. But back to the rally. Unless you guys want to talk to me. I mean, unless you want to talk to me, there's not really
Who you
anything.
voting for?
Who am I voting for?
Yes, for the first time.
Tampon Tim, is he running? It's like, no, Trump. Trump all day, of course, Trump. I'm really excited to see this election, but also I have a lot of anxiety to see this election, if that makes any sense. It's like, I'm excited, but I also have anxiety. And that's something that, like, us human beings get sometime. Or at least I get, like, anxiety and also excitement. It's like I'm really happy to see what happens. because I know Trump's gonna win. But I'm also nervous because I know people in this country are really, really dumb. You know, we went to Philly. There was yesterday. There was nothing but Kamala flags and signs and people we were interviewing. Grown men who with attitudes. Like, come on, dude. About Kamala, like that he chooses her over Trump. Like,
But they don't know why.
I say they don't know why. First off, they're a man. You should not want no woman ever to lead you. Period. But that's besides the point. Like, they don't know why they're for her. Like, you for like abortion. Like Stephen Curry, he's for abortion. LeBron put this propaganda video.
No, they got Diddy.
Yeah, Diddy.
Yeah, they made him.
Yeah, they got.
He been in Diddy parties.
LeBron been to Diddy parties, doing some weird stuff, bruh. You know, I wonder what Draymond's gonna say. But yeah, this election is really I'm kind of excited for just this whole like pre-election to be over with, to be honest, because it gets kind of stressful at times, especially with all that's been happening to Trump. People taking it way too far, you know, and it's getting really serious out here, you know, because I think this election is gonna really have an impact on just our future, and I think life in general. I think this election could lead to end times, is what I honestly believe. And I don't want that to happen. You know, I'm not like, oh yeah, I want end times to happen. Hey, I'm trying to have a wife and kids. You know, I'm not trying to be in end times. You feel me? So yeah. So this election, I'm nervous for, and I'm also excited for. I'm really excited to stop seeing these people in the comments. I'll say that. I'm excited to stop seeing you guys in the comments that say the same thing
Ask about Kamala policy.
without any Kamala policy. You know, not even just a logical argument of why you're voting for her and why we should vote for her. Just come here, attack and bicker and just nag and just yap. Y'all be yapping, like they say. Y'all be yapping. So I just don't understand it, you know. But it's just what it is. He's taking a little bit long for him to come out.
Yeah, he's traveling, from.
Because he's going like to back rallies, so I understand. This rally looks packed in there. There's tons of people.
They waiting.
Yeah, they're all waiting. And this is like his last rally before election. It's packed in there. But yeah, so yeah, pretty excited. You know, I want to brag to my sister, like, and I shouldn't be thinking about that, but like when he gets that dub, you know, he gonna get the win. I want to call up my sister, you know, but she probably not gonna answer the phone. But I'll be nonstop calling her, like, call my brother too, call my brother, call my uncle, call I got multiple uncles probably, but yeah, I'm really excited, but also nervous. How are you guys feeling about this election? Are you excited? Are you nervous? Are you just not? Are you even voting? Like some people are just saying they're not going to vote and stuff, which I'm not for. I've done that like my whole life, not vote. But this is the time to vote. Yeah, Kamala's going down. Kamala's gonna still. I ain't voting. Voted for Harris a long time. Don't be nervous. Yeah, I know. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, I'm not trying to go. That's another thing. Someone just said war. I don't know the exact phrase he said, but like I'm not trying to go to be in World War III. That's like the main thing, you know.
Real.
Get into World War III because of her and Tim Walz. You think that Kim Jong-un Vladimir Putin, President Xi gonna take them
They're
serious?
not like Americans. These people from
These are
America.
real men, bruh.
These people.
These are real ones.
Different beasts. Those leaders
Yeah.
are different beasts.
Yeah, they not Americans. They not sassy and stuff. they don't play around. So
Yeah, they take you out.
you know, I'm not trying to get drafted, and now I'm in World War III, and yo, I'm not trying to do that. Have everyone else in World War III. You know, I had a friend from middle school. We don't really talk anymore because once he got into the military, he kind of changed. Because I don't think it's because of me. You know, that might be me coping, but I think it's because of how stressful and how serious the military is. He has so much on his plate with dealing with following these orders, waking up at this time, doing the right things in the military. That, you know, so the point I'm trying to make is like, I'm not trying to be a part of that life, and then I'll be like, yo, I'm not trying to do that. I'm a singer. I'm trying to sing, you know, sing about heartbreak or my, you know, ex-girlfriend. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to sing, make songs just for her, basically. But yeah. So, hey, I feel like I'm gonna be up pretty late tonight. I'll try and get some rest. You know, but this is a really important time for this election. This is the final day. But hey, I don't know what's with these guys, bro. They a little weird in these stands.
What?
No, they kind of. It's like 5 grown men. Huh?
They say, God bless you, brother. God bless you, man. We hope Trump will win.
Oh, thanks.
Strong, sound leader. Did they say something else? These are real men who are running large countries, and we want to put a laughing, giggling woman who drunk most of the time. Yeah, who's drunk most of the time.
Yeah. And I'm not feeling comfortable. And probably a really big reason why I'm not feeling that. I'm feeling anxious and nervous too, besides excited. It's because I'm seeing a lot of people, a lot of different articles coming out from multiple different companies, even Fox News, that the polling's very close. And this is like a really tight race, and it's one of the closest race we've ever seen. And I'm like, are y'all serious, bruh? I promise you, if this doesn't go the way that it should go, I promise you, I'm not gonna be. I don't know, bruh. I don't know. You know, I'm definitely not gonna be reading the chat, bruh. Yeah, you know, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Don't fret, bro.
Yeah, but I think Trump got this, but I know a lot of people are stupid. So, and her, you know, with the women's rights, where was the women's rights when people who aren't even the same gender of women playing in female sports and in females' locker rooms? Where's the women's rights to that? You know, talking about women's rights and abortion, people being for that sick.
This person really answered. They said reform healthcare, taking farmer ads out of the news cycle, no tax on overtime tips, lower taxes, tariffs, bringing back, stimulating manufacturing, making middle class jobs middle class again. That's what Trump doing. Someone said, what is Trump policy? What he has done now? Ask him what about Kamala? Can somebody tell us Kamala policies?
Someone says she's giving more rights to women. Trump will take them all away.
What
Why?
rights
Why
does
you
she
keep
give?
like?
But what right? Explain to me the right to have an abortion. What, a right to have an abortion? She's for an abortion. Giving women rights to have an abortion. That's all. What about giving women the right to eat, to take care of their kids, to feed the kids that are alive that they have? What about the rights to be able to pay your bills, your gas? What about your right to have enough money for lunch, for work? That you can't eat because you had to give your money to the kids, but you got to go to work hungry because it's not enough. You're not making enough money in this economy. Like they've taken away all the women's rights, like the rights to not to have a man in the freaking locker room.
They acting like
What about the right for us not to have men and women's sports? Why don't she talk about those rights?
they say this like it's a third world country. Like he's gonna take away women's rights.
Yeah, but what about the rights not to have men in the freaking
Yeah.
locker room? What about the rights not having men in our bathrooms? What about those rights? Why don't she talk about those rights? Not to have men in women's sports. Get out of here. Talking about some women's rights.
What about the right to be able to go for a walk by yourself without being attacked by a illegal immigrant?
Yeah, what about those rights? Talk to those people. They no longer here.
God rest
Talking
his
about
soul.
rights.
Yeah, I don't know, bruh.
The only
People
right she
twisted,
talk about
bruh.
is abortion, which everyone has the right. It's given to the state. Depends on the state you live in. The federal government is out of it. Since that's so important to you, how about just keeping your legs closed? You have a right not to have sex.
Yeah, this the last day. Tomorrow is the main day of this game, you could say. I need everyone in here to go vote for Donald J. Trump, or if you're not voting for him, you need to think again and look some stuff up instead of just going off of good vibes. Go out there and vote for Donald J. Trump. This is crunch time. This is the wire. The game's on the line. You know, the game, football game, baseball game, whatever you're into, the game. This is a real life game, and it's on the line. I need you to go out there and vote for Donald J. Trump, bruh. Go vote for Donald J. Trump.
71% of the people that the poll be taking are voting for Trump.
Yeah, but
versus 29% people who don't live in this country for Kamala.
the good vibes. But hey, go out there and vote for Donald J. Trump. We want this country to be great, you know. Want this country to put God first. Want these illegal immigrants out of here. They causing havoc, bruh. You want lower gas prices, lower grocery store prices, a better economy. You want this
Want to buy a house?
You want to buy a house, buy a car. Like, there's so many things. That's why I don't understand these people that be like, Kamala. You know, I was seeing people in Philly. I saw this one girl. She looked good. I can't lie. But hey, she was like Kamala, and I was like, okay. We didn't argue. I didn't argue with her. I'm like, okay, you know, you're gonna vote for Kamala. I'm not trying to argue with nobody. But you know, I was just like, dang, they got her, bruh. If you for Kamala, they got you, bruh. The machine got you. Barack Obama got you, bruh. Barack Hussein Obama, they got you. Kamala got you. Joey Biden got you, bruh. Y'all need to wake up, bruh. Y'all night, like Steph Curry says, night. Y'all nap time. Y'all need to wake up, bruh.
It's amazing that younger people know so much more than these older adults. These older adults got responsibilities. Some of them are actually parents to
They got
kids.
kids.
Some of these people are actually parents and they're acting like children. Some of these people actually want to discipline their child when they act like a fool. It's just unbelievable. They're not thinking about their future. They're not thinking about
Now
anything.
people are trying to say the assassination attempt was fake. Okay.
Well, let somebody shoot at you. Somebody shoot at you. Say fake news.
Fake news.
I'm sure because somebody died that day and 2 people were
Yeah.
seriously injured, and he almost lost his life. So you think that's fake? Then
Trump.
go for it. Go for it. I mean, they
Someone
just
said,
simple
imagine
things.
running to stay out of jail, bro. This dude has a lot worse things happen to him than the thought of going to
This
jail.
corrupt system is doing this. They got this fake crime. How they gonna try someone past the statute of limitations? That's against the law. Everything they've been doing is against the law. Period. Everything they've been doing. They're not following.
Yeah.
The Democrats aren't
Yeah.
following the
Beasley
law.
said if you have to resort to insults, you just said you have lost the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how come you don't argue.
You
because
don't even argue.
You don't want to
I
waste your
find it
energy on them.
I
'Cause
find it
they
entertaining.
actually they're miserable. When people are losing, then they want to insult people. That's all.
Yeah. We need yo, and if you're a man just saying you're voting for Kamala, you need to be, bruh. I hope you don't have any kids, bruh, because you're a weirdo, bruh. You want a 5'3" woman to lead you. Are you serious, bruh? Man up, bruh. What happened to men? That's another thing. What happened to men? You want Kamala? You want Kamala, a 5'3"? Don't get me wrong. I would love Tulsi as president. Don't say, oh, you just don't want a girl as president. I would love Tulsi as president. Marine, come on. I would love her as president. If you want Kamala, 5'3", destroy this country,
What happened?
you're gone, bro.
What happened to men? They zesty now. They don't know how to be.
Yeah, that's
They
the thing, man. I
zesty.
didn't want to say it, but men's zesty
They
now,
zesty
bro.
now. They want to be women.
They don't got God now. That's
yeah,
the
they want
problem.
to be women. They want to come in the women's locker room. Women tell me they want rights. They don't even have a right to not have a man in your locker room. Don't even have that right to not have men in your bathrooms. That's the Democratic Party. Talking about rights for women. It's crazy. People have lost their minds. What's right is wrong and wrong is right. That's what we're dealing with now.
What, bruh? I mean, I gotta get my dreads retwisted, so it's not a haircut, goofy, bruh. See, people in the comments, bruh. Hey, I know y'all got a crush on me. I know y'all think I'm cute, but I'm not into you. I want my ex-girlfriend. I don't want you. Okay? I'm sorry, hey, I'm not trying to, if you are a good person, I'm not trying to offend you, but hey, I'm just saying. Not into you, bruh. So get up off me. Get off me, bruh. This is the night before the election, bro. We got bigger priorities. We're not gonna go out on a date. So y'all gotta stop asking. But hey, I'm pretty excited. Nerves gotta just shake the nerves off, bruh. But I be nervous about a lot of things. I be nervous about a lot of things, you feel me? So just gotta stay calm and cool. I'm always like calm, cool, and collected mostly. But I just know the fate of this country's future is at stake here. So it's like the end game, like Avengers. It's the end game we're in right now. Now I be making TikToks here and there in support of Trump. I get nothing but hate comments. I'm like, people lost, bruh. But yo, he's taking some time to come out here. I guess they're getting stuff ready. But hey, there's tons of people there. This is a great rally to be as.
I wish you were there.
I know, I wish we were there too. But yeah. Yeah, TikTok. People just want Trump to get checks. Sad world. I mean, it's like, how many times we gotta explain this? did you not live in this country when Trump was president? Was gas prices, were they really as high as they are now? Were grocery store prices as high as they are now? Were illegal just let me say this, were illegal immigrants in the country? Like, come on. These comments, like, bruh, there needs to be a test that you have to take, must take before you're allowed to vote. There needs to be a test because I don't think that your IQ matches up, bruh. I think your IQ needs to be at a higher level to be able to vote, be able to have a potential impact on people's lives.
Yeah, that's true. It's a sad that you had to go through, whatever, because of people bad decisions, that you have to be subjected to it. That's horrible.
Andrew's saying that Rogan endorsed Trump on X. It's awesome. Static, I'm not saying that he controls it, but when he was president, there were less. You could do your homework on that. Rape it burrito. You don't rape it burrito, bro. You don't even sound like you got a high IQ. Do you not see your username in your picture? You got the nerve to be talking about IQ. Let me just block this dude. You sound like Rape It Burrito. Y'all say the same stuff. These like Kamala fanatics, y'all say the same stuff. These Democrats, like, come up with something new. It's always, oh, Kamala is went to this prestigious college. Kamala's in law. Trump is going to,
at the top of her
yeah.
class.
Trump is going to jail. Trump is a dictator. Trump isn't for women's rights. Like, y'all say the same stuff. It's nothing new. It's getting really tiring just reading the same exact comments over and over again. Like, come up with something new. Does anyone have a different point of view? Ooh, that rhymed. That was nice. That's the song. Yep, blacks for Trump. Yeah, they're sheep. They can't think for themselves. They say the same thing. It's like, say something new. Like, think of something that would make me think. Like, okay, I haven't seen that before. That's a unique take. Like, have it be like that. Why do you just come here and you just spam the same thing? Now people saying, oh, justice for Burrito. You want justice for Burrito? How about you go talk to Burrito and you date Burrito? You know, you can, y'all could be a couple, y'all could get married, and that could be your bae. Talking about justice for Burrito. Justice for Laken Riley.
Yeah.
Justice for Jocelyn.
Yeah.
That's who you need to be saying justice for, not justice for Burrito. Fucking Burrito, man. That boy, weird Burrito. I don't know what's wrong with him. Burrito, there's something,
Peanut the squirrel.
something wrong with and wait, and the squirrel. Oh, Trump's out. Trump's coming out, but they got the songs playing. Hey yo, Trump's out. About to put it back on him. It's man of the hour.
Woo-woo.
Yo, imagine me as president, right? I'll be a good president though.
You be better than Kamala. And he had content.
Yeah. I'll be a good president though. I'll be a good president.
Much better.
I will lead this country. Imagine me talking to Putin and President Xi and Kim Jong Un. They would respect us. They would respect. Can I get a shout out? CLSTE Gal 13. Shout out to you. Yo, Joe, you have Joey Biden. Is that Joe Biden? You have no independent thought. But we're about to put it back on Trump, but they got the music playing right now, so you're gonna have to wait for just a second. Yeah, I'm on the music. Yeah, the sheep, Kamala, supporters and voters, exactly that.
You like his hat, Trump, force captain?
Yeah, that's cool.
They are so happy. Put it on. Let them see how excited they are. They are so excited to meet him. They are going off.
Let's go,
See,
Trump make it great again.
Look, Trump don't need to have a entertainer out there.
A superstar,
He's
Beyonce.
a superstar. Yeah. People come to see him.
Uh-huh.
They come to see him. When they go to Kamala, whatever she be having about, they go to see her entertainment. They don't come out for her. They come out for her entertainment. That's a big difference.
Yeah.
Big difference. That has to be so tiring. But he got to do what he got to do. He got more energy than I do. This is a lot. All the mental draining that he's going through.
No, you sound like you're in a sunken place. We're out of the sunken place. You're the one in the sunken place. You need to get out of the sunken place.
They don't know how. That's their mentality their whole life. They probably toxic around everybody they're around. That's why they have no friends. Half the people that say all this stuff on here, don't nobody like them. Don't nobody like you. Nobody wants to be your friend. Nobody wants to hang with you. Those are the realities of people that act up on here. They don't have no friends. They're not likable people. Look how excited they are.
This man back in the White House, yo.
That's
President Donald J.
He's
Trump.
a president. He's a president. They respect him around the world. He commands respect. And he know how to put them in their place. Trump. They saying USA.
Thank you very much. This is unbelievable.
Thank you very much.
It's unbelievable. Think of it. This is it. This is the last one that we're going to have to do. And doing 4 of these in one day is a little difficult, but not really, because the love in every one of them has been incredible, just like this. So it makes it a lot easier. And I want to say a very special hello to Grand Rapids. It's been a special place. Remember 2016, and we were given a 3% chance. You remember we came to Grand Rapids, I said, how the hell are we going to lose? It was just like this. And I said, how are we going to lose? We're not going to lose. And it was a 3% chance. And then we won a little place called Florida and went to about a 7% chance. And then it went to an 11%. And then it went to 17%, you remember? And went that way. And then it went to about a 62% chance. And they had somebody in there going totally crazy. The woman, she became a fan. She was going crazy. Not on our side, on the other side, she was going crazy. But we're in very good shape. I have to tell you, we're way up in terms of the vote. You know, the Republicans are never up like that.
Let's go.
I don't want to talk too much about it because I really want you to just assume that it's sort of even and you're going to turn out tomorrow and we're going to blow this thing away because, you know, we're leading going in by hundreds of thousands of votes, but
Wow.
just pretend we're tied or losing by a little bit because we want to put on a display tomorrow of unity and everything. The progress that this party has made is incredible. It's very inclusive. It's inclusive of everybody, including our great mayor right back there. That is our great mayor who came through for us. But I want to thank everybody and a very special hello to
Hi,
Michigan.
Trump.
We're going to do some great things from Michigan.
You saw him in Philly.
We're going to do great things in Michigan. We're going to bring the car business blazing back. You're not going to remember what was like. We're going to make Detroit. We're going to make Detroit greater than it ever was. You know, I've been hearing about Detroit for a long time.
All right, Detroit, bring
They've
it
been
home.
talking about that miracle in Detroit. Well, I mean, look, we got to be honest. It hasn't happened, but it's going to happen now. It's going to happen at levels that you never dreamt possible.
Yeah.
So for the auto workers who have been so incredible, you've been so incredible. You're going to be very happy with the things we're doing. We killed the plant, as you know, in Mexico. The biggest plant in the world was going to be built in Mexico, and I absolutely killed it. But I'd like to begin by asking the question, are you better off now than you were 4 years ago?
No.
Because over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala has delivered soaring prices and true economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and a nation-destroying invasion on our southern border, invasion of some of the greatest criminals in the world that are pouring into our country. And we're not going to take that. We're going to end that like immediately. And I happen to think it's bigger than the economy, and I think, you know, every poll shows the economy and inflation and then the border and the horrible things that are going on, and I don't agree with it. I think we have to focus on all of it. We do it all at one time, but to me, when you allow thousands of murderers into our country, to me, when you allow the
Tell him, Trump.
kingpins of the world into our, and terrorists into our country at levels that we've never seen before, to me, that's the bigger problem. We're going to solve it all, but that's the bigger problem. And we're going to have it taken care of very quickly. But my message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to live this way. We're not living good. 4 years. What did they do that was good? Can you name one thing? I said
That's what I keep asking. Name what have they done good?
What have they done? Everything's a disaster, including nobody even knows how to. Supposing President Xi of China wanted to call to ask a little question about war or Taiwan or anything, who the hell does he call? We got a little problem in America. There's nobody to call. You know, they'll probably end up calling me. Maybe they'll call me. But, no. But who do you call? And remember, they ripped that presidency away from Joe Biden. Say what you want. We're not fans of Joe Biden. You know, I spent $150 million on him. We went through the convention. We never mentioned Kamala. Nobody knew who the hell she was. And all of a sudden, they picked Kamala, even though she was in last place. She came in number 13. They had 12 plus Kamala. She was considered the 13th. But then they wanted to be politically correct, so they picked Kamala. And they called her Harris. And nobody knew who Harris was. Like, call Harris. Who's Harris? You're weird. You know, it's a very nice name, but it's a strange name because nobody knows who she is as her, so we have to call her Kamala. But she was the least popular. She got no votes. She lost in the primaries to Joe Biden and everybody else. She was the first one out. She quit. The first one, 22 people. She left. She never made it to the great state of Iowa. Never made it.
And that's who selected. And they told.
We win. We win. One of their top people just got on television. I was coming in and they said, these are not looking good, these numbers for them. This is very troubling. At least he was honest. Now all we have to do, if we get on our people, it's over. There's nothing they can do about it. It's nice when you have that, right?
Yeah, it's not us, it's the channels.
In other words, to make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame. But we put ourselves in an unusual position. Never happened where we're leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in the early stage vote. That's never happened before. We've always been losing by sometimes millions of votes, and you know, you keep catching them on Tuesday, but Tuesday comes along and you make it, or you don't quite make it, you're a little short. And then they cheat, and it makes it a little tougher. Because when you have open borders, transgender everything, high taxes.
That's what they did for women.
Very high taxes. They campaigned
That's another thing they did for women. Men wanted to be women.
And you have men playing in women's sports.
Yeah, that's a woman. Yeah, that's the women's rights.
You have to cheat. Who the hell is going to approve that stuff? Who's going to approve open borders with criminals pouring into our country by the millions? No, they have to cheat. They have to cheat, and they do it very well, actually.
They do.
And I think we're in very good shape. We just have to share. You show up, and you're going to have the biggest victory. You know what this will be? The single greatest victory, politically speaking, in the history of our country. And when we win the election, only one day from now, do you know how that sounds? I started off saying, and when we win the election 4 years from now, that was terrible. That was so depressing. When we win the election 4 years from now. Then I said 3 years and 2 years and 1 year. Then I said 6 months, and I said, ooh, that's starting to get a little close. And then I said 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 month.
Wow.
And then about 3 weeks ago, when we win the election in 21 days, it just seemed very far away. And now I say when we win the election tomorrow, can you believe it? And what we've done, and this is a sad occasion in certain ways, because I think we did like 930 rallies from the very beginning. That's a lot of rallies, and remember, if you make one slip up, and I'm a person, as you probably noticed, I had this beautiful speech, I haven't really even gotten to it yet. One of these moments, I'll start giving you some beautiful things to listen to, and honestly, some terrible things to listen to. Terrible. What's happened, what they've done to our country is horrible. Horrible. But And by the way, don't you like a president that doesn't need to use a teleprompter?
Yeah.
Isn't there something refreshing? But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. He pronounced the word, he slurred the word, and I hate to go back, you know. A lot of guys, they'll be talking and they'll make a mistake. Excuse me, let me go back. When you do that, it's over for a good speech. You can't do that. You just have to blaze through it and hope that they didn't hear the mistake. You know, when Winston Churchill, who was a great speaker, he was actually a stutterer, a tremendous stutterer, and he became one of the greatest orators. But when Winston Churchill made a mistake, he didn't go, excuse me, and go back. He just blazed through it. But if I do it, they say, he's cognitively impaired, there's something wrong with him. These people are sick, those people, look at them. Oh, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But this has been an incredible journey. And it's very sad in a way because, you know, we've done all these, and this is the last one. But here's the good news. All we were doing is putting ourselves in a position to win, which we can do tomorrow very easily if we show up. Just so you know, if we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind. If you don't show up, I guess, but here's the one thing I will say, show up anyway, but they have no enthusiasm. She had a rally today. She couldn't have had more than 100 people there. And I had all 4 stadiums were full, but she had a rally and she was screaming, we're gonna win, we're gonna win. And they wouldn't follow her, they wouldn't say it. Did you see that clip? I'd like to put it up. The problem is I don't put up too many clips. I have the most beautiful clips. The problem is the press won't follow them. I had a friend a couple of weeks ago. We made these gorgeous clips, and actually gorgeous in one way, but horrible in another, showing the death of children and all the damage that they've caused with the open border. And all they have to do is take those cameras, look at all those cameras, and all they have to do is move them like an inch over and an inch up. I have oftentimes screens right behind me. All they have to do is just move it up 2 inches like this. And they don't do it because they're fake news. They don't want to show what's on the screen. It's so sad. So I'm having a modestly good hair day. Look at that, yeah. Modestly. Not the best. I'm not thrilled, but it is what it is. No, it's great. But what I do see behind me are beautiful people, great workers, people that are proud and they love our country. That's what I really see. Nice, beautiful. So it puts us, assuming we can win tomorrow, which I think we should be able to do pretty easily. It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's totally in our hands. Oh, it's today. Oh, it's today. Oh.
Let's go!
Thank you. That's today, wow. Can you imagine a crowd like this at like 1 o'clock or some ridiculous time in the morning? On a Monday/Tuesday, right? Think of that. What a compliment. And it is, so she had nobody at these rallies. That's a poll. Look, Mr. Wall, look at Mr. Wall over there, this guy. It was always my ambition to buy a suit like that and wear it one time. Well, I came in a sanitation uniform last week, and that worked out pretty good. Because Joe Biden, in one of his crazy moments, said that we were all garbage. But they've shut him down. They took the election away. They walked in and they said, you're not running anymore, you're out. Can you believe they stole the election from a president? They stole it. Can you imagine that? They said, you're not, you know, they use the word coup. I think it's worse than a coup in a sense, because a coup, there's a little back and forth. They said, Joe, you're out. That crazy, horrible human being, Nancy Pelosi, who cheats like hell. She sold, you know what she said last night? She said, and there's another guy, how do you explain that guy? They say, well, we'll get ready to start impeaching him. Now, how bad are people like that? They're just trouble for our country. They're bad, sick people. They took 2 impeachments and they wasted all that time and money and energy when we should be focusing on making America great again. They're horrible people. I mean, Nancy Pelosi started with nothing. She's worth $200 million. You know, she had a big position in Visa, and she sold it. And the day after she sold it, the Justice Department announced that they were under this massive investigation. You're a stock guy, right? They're under a massive investigation. So I don't know what happened, but I don't imagine the stock went up. History would tell you the stock went down. Did it go down a lot? It went down a lot. So they have this big position. She sells her stock. Hours after she sells her stock, they announce that Visa is under massive investigation. The stock goes tumbling down. She's a crooked person. She's a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy. Oh no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it.
Oh, the news is gonna go crazy with that.
I want to say it, but Franklin Graham said, sir, I love your speaking ability and I love your storytelling.
Smokey's
But
demonic.
honestly, it would be even better if you wouldn't use foul language. And I don't use much, you know, every once in a while. And it's never a real bad word. It's, you know, it's like never bad. And so I try to adhere, but he's wrong about one thing. It is a little better when you use the foul language because there's more emphasis. No, but these are bad people. These are bad. Adam Shifty Schiff. I call him pencil neck. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. He's got about a 4. And he's got the biggest head. So I don't know how the neck can hold the head. He's an unattractive guy, both inside and out. And this guy can end up being a senator, but don't worry, we've been beating him for 8 years. We've been beating these people. We've been beating him. They impeach me, we win. They send me down the Records Act, and we won in Florida. We win. But you know, we have to take a lot of time, a lot of money, which is what they want. A lot of time, a lot of money. This way we can stop the one guy we don't want to fight is Trump. We can stop him from getting the Republican nomination. And I got the Republican nomination in record time. And let's keep going, and maybe we can stop him from winning the presidency. But that's looking pretty good tomorrow, I'll tell you.
You don't have to worry, Trump. You have God on your side.
Probably a 95. What do you think, a 95% or something?
You have God on your
But
side.
don't believe it. Don't believe it. Go out and vote. Remember the story of Hillary. Just remember, this is why I tell you the story. She was in bad shape when she called me up that night. And by the way, she called up and conceded, and then spent 7 years on saying how she was a good sport. Oh, she's a lovely person, Crooked Hillary. But you know what? She's smart, but she wasn't like, she lied a lot. I mean, a lot, but nobody lies like this Kamala. Kamala
Yeah,
He will
she a
not
liar.
ever crack in Pennsylvania. My whole
She is a
case
professional
cracking.
liar.
He will
Right?
open the
How
borders
she not with
immediately.
Joe Biden for
No,
4
I'm gonna close the borders.
years?
However, if people want to come in, they can come in legally. They have to come in through a process. We need people.
Legally.
But Kamala is, I mean, this is known. She's a very low IQ person. And we don't need a low IQ individual. We've had that for 4 years. And our country's going down the drain. We're going to turn our country around. I will end inflation very quickly. You know how we're going to end it? By drilling and drilling and drill. Energy is going to bring everything down. Energy is going to bring it down. And I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border. I will strengthen our military. I will restore.
That's what we want to hear. When
And
has
I will
Kamala
rescue the
ever
American
said
dream.
this?
We're gonna have
When
the
has
American
Kamala
dream
ever
back
talked
soon
like
together.
this? I
We
mean,
will
she
begin
can't
the
even
4
talk
greatest
like
years
this.
in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen.
That's what I'm talking about. She never talks like a president.
If you vote for Lion Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure,
She
and
don't.
disaster.
She's
Our
never
country may
talked
never
like
recover
this
from.
ever.
I don't believe that our country can take any more of this
I don't.
without
I
this
can't.
gun. I don't believe it can take any more. It's going to be can't take this. This is abnormal abuse. Abnormal abuse. And I heard somebody said the wall. I built 571 miles of wall, which is much more than I said I was going to build. And you know, it really worked. Walls work. 2 things work. What are the 2 things? Walls and wheels. They're the only 2 things that never get obsolete. Right? Walls and wheels. A wall and a wheel. It's always going to be around. Other things, they have the beautiful computers. You know, you buy a computer. Oh, it's the greatest. 2 weeks later, it's obsolete. That goes on. I don't know how people do it. We have the king of computers. We have the king of everything endorsed me. Elon Musk.
Right.
And he brought that rocket ship down 2 weeks ago. I never seen 22 stories, it's like monster. You don't know, is it big or small? It's a monster, 22 stories. And you know that story, I've told it a couple of times. I love the story because I really, the best part is I'm talking to one of the most important guys in the world and I say, wait a minute, could I just watch something? I see something on I have the television muted, right? I'm looking at this crazy rocket. And I saw it leaving a little while before and it was all beautiful white. Now it's absolutely burned to a crisp. You know, it goes 10,000 miles an hour. The heat is at levels that nobody can experience. So it's a little, you know, rough. It's a little rough on the paint job. And it's coming in, and I'm watching and I'm holding this very important person, one of the most important people. But you know, when you were the president, and now it's very possible, like maybe 95% that you're going to be the president again, they hold. No, they hold. So I say, do you mind holding for a minute? I have to see this. And I put the phone down. That guy was holding like for an hour and a half. He never got off the phone. I wish he would have hung up. I would have felt better. Because I picked up the phone later and said, oh, wow. Hello? Hello? He goes, hello. Anyway, but it was so exciting. So I'm watching it. And this monstrous thing is going down, right? And it's coming down. It's first of all, it's doing all sorts of flips up in the air. I would not want to be on that sucker. I don't care how good Elon is. I said, Elon, you wouldn't get me in that ship under any circumstances. But it's coming down. It's a little rough. And now all of a sudden it starts to slow down as it gets to the ground. And it starts to move over. Then it gets a little bit out of control. It looks like and the left part of the bottom is going to just rip that big gantry. That's this, you know, whatever the hell it is that holds it. And it's coming in. Oh, and I didn't know it was Elon's. I just assumed, you know, he loves this stuff. He's in a class. But it's coming in and it's going to rip the gantry. I say, oh, this is bad. This is going to be bad. I close my eyes. All of a sudden, wow, you have this massive flame coming out of the left-hand side at the bottom. It was this big jet engine that pushes it away. And it's coming down, and then it settles into a plate, and then those arms grab it like you grab your baby, just like you grab your little, and it hugged it and just put it down, and there it was. There it was. And I called Elon, I said, was that you? He said, yes. And he said, and by the way, he said this, and by the way, this is something I never said because I didn't even think of it before when I told this thing. He said, and by the way, I'm heading up to Pennsylvania to campaign for you. That was 2 weeks ago. He's still there. Can you believe it? Because he considers the election more important than rockets, more important than anything. He helped us out a lot in North Carolina and parts of Georgia where they desperately needed the Starlink. I had no idea what Starlink. They called me up in Georgia. Elon's incredible. He has Starlink. He's got everything has to do with stars and stuff. Very complex stuff. No, he's amazing. But, sir, I know that you know Elon Musk because I read your endorsement. You know, he says the most important endorsement he'll ever make. It was such a nice thing, and he said he wants to help. And I didn't know he was going to help to this extent. He went up. He won the big case today, too. He won the case. Huh? Because I don't know, he did something that, I don't know what he was doing, but he did something with lotteries, and, you know, he's in a different, he's amazing. You're going to do lotteries and this and that and make your life fun, and he's having a good time. You know, he usually is in a lab, but he's happy there. All of a sudden, he's escaped the lab, and now he's out, and the public adores him. He's a great guy. The public absolutely adores him. But the man from North Carolina, great guy. You know, North Carolina was hit so hard with the water. The hurricane was essentially a massive pile of water. It was a big water hurricane, the biggest we've ever had. And they were so flooded. Areas that had never virtually seen water were turned out to be lakes. They ripped houses, trees. Everything was ripped down by the power of the tides that were going back and forth. It was terrible. And this man said, if you could ask him for help with Starlink, we cannot get it. It's very hard to get. And I called Elon, and he got it immediately for them. He got it so much that he had it there immediately, so much that you know, they couldn't even believe it. He said, this has saved a lot of lives. They had no communication in North Carolina,
Thank
which,
you,
by the way, we're
Elon.
leading. In fact, somebody said, they picked up stakes, there's no more ads, there's no more ads. That's usually a good sign. That's usually a sign that they're not going to win. But one of the reasons they're not going to win is because FEMA did such a bad job. So FEMA, you know, we had a great FEMA, we did good, but they spend most of their money, as you know, on illegal migrants coming in. They spent so much money that they didn't have the money to take care of the people from North Carolina. But we will be there on January 20th, because on January 20th, that's when you were suing. But they pulled up stakes. Historically, when you pull up stakes and stop advertising and leave, historically you're in pretty good shape in this state. Is that correct politically? Because I haven't done this as long as some of the, as well and as long as, well, I think I've done it better actually, because I ended up being president, so I probably, but some of our great politicians have done this for a lot longer than me. So let me ask you, all of these senators, when you pull up stakes and leave, historically Doug Burgum was so incredible. He really is, isn't he? Is he a class act? His wife is much better. She blows him away, right? Catherine is much better. But Doug, when you pull up stakes and you stop advertising, doesn't that generally mean that it's over, right? It's over. Doug is cautious. He doesn't want to, he thinks it's a trick question. No, it means it's over. And I think it's over in a lot of places. I think we're going to see some incredible stuff tomorrow. But it won't matter. It won't matter as long as you go out and vote, nothing's going to matter because it's in our, you know the expression, the ball is in their hands, the ball is in our hands. They can't do a thing about it. And now you're going to go out there later today. And you're going to show us something. And vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring incomes, and a colossal surge of jobs. We're going to use things. What's the most beautiful word in the dictionary? We're going to create wealth, opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. But I have to tell you one quick story, because I'm so proud. They're going to build this great big plant. They're building it. They're going to build it. China's going to build a plant, and it's going to destroy Michigan, destroy it, destroy Detroit. Everyone's going to move out of it. And I heard about it through a friend of mine that builds plants. That's what he does. He builds plants. He builds them better than anybody. John, let's just call him John. And he was sitting there, and I was at the Economic Club of Detroit a couple of weeks ago. But I told John a year ago, I want to see a plant. And he said, well, I'll have to take you to Mexico. I said, I don't want to see a plant. I want to see a plant here. I want a big one. He said, we don't really do too many big ones in the United States anymore. I said, what is that all about, Mexico? He said, well, China's building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world. They're building them in Mexico. And I said, well, I'm not happy about that. I don't want to see the damn plant in Mexico. It wouldn't look right if I'm in Mexico looking at plants. Do we agree, sir? It wouldn't look right. And so he said, all right, look, I said, forget it. Then I thought about it, and I was making the speech in Detroit, and I said, a couple of weeks before, I said, if they want to build a plant in Mexico owned by China so that they can save all of the costs associated with bringing their cars, with all of the things, I'm going to put 100% tariff on every single car coming out of that plant. And if that's not enough, I'll make it 200, 300, 500, 800, I don't give a damn what it is. And they're not going to have one car made in that plant that ever crosses that border, which is right next to them. Anyway, so I see John in the audience, and I gave them that notice a little before, and it was public. And I see him, and I send my people, I say, after I speak, make sure he comes to the back. I want to see him backstage. So I see John, I say, John, how's that big monster plant that's going to rip apart our country, but it's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and all the other places that do a lot of cars. It's going to hurt everybody, it's going to hurt the country. How is that plant doing? He said, sir, they've given it up because they think you're going to win, and they think you're going to tariff them, and they think they're going to lose their show. And sir, they've given up that plant. It's not going to be built anymore. So I saved Michigan, and I saved Detroit, and we're going to let them build that plant. But you know where we want them to build it? Right here we want them to build it. And then they won't have any tariffs to pay. They won't have any tariffs, and they're going to use you to operate that big sucker, and they can build as big as they want with no tariffs. I said, let them know we'd love to have their investment. They're going to build it right here in Detroit, or at a minimum, they're going to build it someplace in the United States, and they won't have any problems. So that's a So I saved Detroit and Michigan a lot. That alone, and I did that without even being president. How about that? They said he's going to win. They told John, we think Trump is going to win, and he's not going to let us make anything, and he's going to do things that we don't know. This guy is crazy. Because, you know, I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. They paid us, not one other president. And, you know, we're going to get along great with China. We're going to get along good. I want to get along with them. President, she was great until COVID came. Then I wasn't so thrilled with him. But we did a great job in that. You know, we went, but nobody knew what the hell it was. We did a great job. We get credit on our military, no wars. We did no wars. I had no wars. Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton? Remember when crooked Hillary was screaming during a debate, he's going to charge wars, he's going to have wars,
Yep,
he's
I
going to
remember.
prosecute wars all over the
I
place.
believe
Look at him, he's a very volatile person. I'm actually not. I'm a very calm person. She's the one that's volatile. But he's a very volatile person. He'll say, No, I stopped the wars with my being volatile. Nobody had a war. We didn't have any wars except that we finished a war that we had. We beat ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate was taken down. And it was done in a matter of weeks. When our stupid generals, our terrible generals, the guys up top, like Milley, like Kelly, real losers. Kelly was dumb as a rock. I'll never do that again. I let people, I say, give me a letter of resignation. Yes, sir, I'd like to say. They said, you can't just give me, Biden never fired anybody. That's why he never had a bad book written about him. And also, number two, nobody cared. When I fire somebody, every major publisher in the world, will you say something bad? I had one person who was so complimentary, sir, you're the greatest president that ever lived, blah, blah, blah. Then she gets a show, but they only want to hire her if she's, I have all these letters, there's never been a better president. She goes in the show, I didn't like him, he was terrible. What a terrible human being. These people are sick, but you know what? All we can do is keep winning. That's all. Win, win, win. But a vote for Trump means your groceries, such a word I hear all the time, because I do like to mix it up with people, more so than my consultants. I think the people are much smarter than my consultants. My consultants are good, but I get much better, like people say groceries, right? I haven't used that, such a sort of an old term. They say my groceries are so much more. I haven't, the term is just like an old term, and it's so beautiful, but they say about my groceries were so expensive, they'll be cheaper. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner, your communities will be richer, and your future as an American will be much better than it ever has been when I get in. Because this will be the golden age of America, and that's what I'm calling it. I'm telling the press, I hope you put it in. Isn't that a beautiful phrase? The golden age. I like to brand things, like I brand Pocahontas, and I do a lot of branding. I'm one of the greatest branders in the world. A lot of them are Republicans, but they're all now friends of mine, so I can't talk. Some of my greatest branding was on the Republicans during the primaries, but they're all friends of mine, most of them. Some of them, yeah, most of them are. Most of them are, but I don't talk about that. Once the battle is over, I take those words, I put them away permanently in some cases. On occasion, I'll bring them back out. But just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, an assassin tried to stop our great movement, greatest movement in history.
Still no answers.
But that brush with death did not stop us by any means. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. That was not a pleasant day, I will tell you. That was not a pleasant day. But many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people have seen it.
He did.
And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to
praise
fulfill
the
it
Most
together.
High.
We are going to fulfill it together. It's a beautiful expression, and I think it might be true. I have sons that are here right now, Don and Eric, and they're great people. But they're really great shooters. They're like top of the line shooters. They know so much about it. They say it was almost impossible for somebody, a miracle. It was a miracle. That's the miracle right up there, right? But I didn't realize that. But from the distance that they were, they say it was a miracle. Well, if I didn't turn to the right to look at that beautiful graph that we had up having to do with illegal immigration. So illegal immigration saved me, can you imagine? And speaking of that graph, let me see that graph. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I hug it and kiss it every night.
76.
I take it to bed with me. My wife thinks I'm crazy. I bring it to bed with me. Look, if I don't put that up, and it's never there, it's always there or there, but usually it's on the left.
Turn it to 80.
So if I look to the left, I'm gone. If I look over there, but it's like, it's something happened.
Go to job.
Something happened. Something up there happened.
How does
No, but
that
think of it.
How does that feel?
So I said, just like I did right now. The chute is right there, right exactly 90 degrees.
I ain't get a
That
hotel.
crazy guy. Right there. And I said, let me see the ground.
I ain't get an Airbnb.
I said, what the hell was that? But if I didn't turn, it goes a little, it's not good. You don't want to see that. So it was a miracle or a gift from God, maybe. There's it. And when Don and Eric, who were really great shooters, they heard that, and then they heard the gun, they know exactly the gun. The AR-15, it's supposed to be very accurate and all that stuff. And this guy wasn't, he was at the range all the time shooting, he was supposed to be a good shooter. They said a bad shooter would hit it almost every time, a bad shooter. Don said it's the equivalent of sinking a 1-foot putt. Then he put it in golf terms. I said, that's not good. Because for those that don't play golf, it's almost impossible to miss a 1-foot putt. And so it's amazing. So they were shaken up. And they couldn't believe it. They actually said God did that because they didn't believe that they could. Now, it wasn't a miss. I mean, it wasn't, it ripped the hell out of it. But I consider that a miss. It ripped it up pretty good, and it was a very bloody mess. And the doctor, who was great, he said, "Sir, I want you to go with me to buy a lottery ticket because I've seen this. I've been doing this for 35 years, sir, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone come out of it with that gun
Wow.
from that range." I said,
You heard him?
He said, "I want to buy a lottery ticket with you
He
tonight."
said the doctor,
And I said, "Well, doctor,
when
you
he
know what?
was
let's
in the
not do that. Let's see
hospital,
if we can
the
get this
doctor
sucker
says,
stop
sir, I want you
bleeding."
to go with me to buy a
But
lottery
he told me
ticket.
the ear is the bloodiest one. You get hit in the ear, something to do with cartilage.
Yeah.
So they thought I was hit all over. I said, I wasn't hit all over because I was down. And I wasn't hit all over. I said, I was hit in the ear. Now get me up, get me up. They said, sir. And they were touching all over this place because it was so bloody. They said, sir, you've been hitting other. I said, I'm telling you. You know, it's funny, when I was, the word surreal, right? When I got to the White House, I was standing right outside and then inside the Lincoln bedroom. The bedroom of Abraham Lincoln, his wife, his son, Tad, who died actually, as a very young boy, very young. It was a very rough time for them. They were suffering tremendous melancholia. You know, they called it, they were melancholia, they called it, not depression. It's the same thing, but in those days they called it melancholia. But I was in the Lincoln bedroom, so famous, all the furniture just the way it is. And he was very tall, he was 6'6". That's like the equivalent of a Baron Trump today. You know? Who's a lot taller than 6'6". He's a good looking guy, but he is tall. And, but he was 6'6". In those days, very unusual, but he was tall. And then you put his hat on, which was another foot, right? So he was a pretty tall guy. But the bed was very long. You could see it was elongated. But I was, and it was like a really surreal. I was with the First Lady, who was very popular. We've got the #1 book in the country. Can you believe it? Go buy it. Go buy that book. Go buy that book. It's great. I was a little nervous when I started reading it. I said, this could be very bad for me. Releasing a book before the election could be very dangerous for me. But no, it's a great book, and she's a great writer, actually. She wrote a note at the convention. Remember the note she wrote? It was so well crafted that these guys right here wanted to put it as part of the platform. It was unbelievable. The book is unbelievable. So go get it for Christmas or something. But it was just, when I was in the Lincoln bedroom, it was a surreal experience. It was like an outer body, they call it, experience. And it just was like it was something unbelievable. I said, can you believe this is where we are? And I was not a Washington person. I was only there 17 times, according to the fake news. But I think it's right. I was only there 17 times in my entire life. I wasn't, and I was a New York guy, which, now I'm very much a Washington guy. I know the good ones, the bad ones, people. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones. I know a lot about the people. I didn't know anything about the people. I had to rely, and we did great. We had mostly great, the trade people, the war people. We had a lot of great people. But when I was on the ground, there was no surreal experience. I knew I was shot in the ear. And I was telling Secret Service, and let me tell you, they were damn brave. I went down fast, I looked, there was blood all over my hand. I said, this is not the normal situation. It's either the largest mosquito in history or I got hit by a bullet. And I followed my hand down, and I think people were also shouting, get down, I think it was. But I went down, and I'm telling you, I had, I guess, 7 Secret Service agents follow me. They were very brave. I'm telling you, those bullets were flying over our head. And, you can't forget that. Can't forget that. Those bullets, and I heard those bullets going. I said to somebody, how fast were they going? They gave me some mathematical number. I said, no, I want to know in miles per hour. And I think it was 3,200 miles per hour. You have to think of that. A car, you're going fast at 70 or 80. These are 3,000 something. And those suckers were going over my head. There were 8 of them. It was a total of 8 shots fired. And there was a shot by a Secret Service sniper. Amazing, 1 bullet he used. But I think we also had help from one of the police snipers. He hit the stock of the gun or something, and we appreciate that very much. But it was amazing. But when I was down there, I was totally aware. I said, no, get me up. Because I was speaking in front of a massive, you couldn't even see the end of it. Now, when we had the celebration honoring Corey, the firefighter, great guy, when we had that celebration, we had 101,000 people. And that's when I really got to see that's where I really got to see the real Musk, because I invited him up, and he's always like in a lab, and it's almost like he was released. And I said, you have to come up here, Elon, just come up. And he looked out, and he was so happy. I think he loves people. And he started doing jumping jacks and stuff behind me, right? He was so happy. I think he's going to run for office against me. I'm very concerned. No, he's great. It was great. But he was so happy, and it was a great celebration. But when I was down, there was no feeling like I had in the White House. I totally was aware of everything. But had I not made that turn, I wouldn't be with you tonight, and that would have been bad. And I hope that's right. I hope that's right. I hope that God did put me here to really save this country. Because this country's in big, big trouble. This country's in big trouble. I hope so. To every person and every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. Most people want your money. I don't want any money. All I want you to do is go out today. Sounds a little strange. Go out today. Meaning go out in a few hours, okay? This guy's complicated because it sounds so much better when you say tomorrow when it's night, but that's okay. I want to be exactly accurate for them. But go out today and vote. And I guess 7 o'clock or whatever time it is, doesn't matter. And we're going to have the greatest victory in the history of our country. And as your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. Together we will save this country, this great country that we love. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, because I'm not running against Kamala. I'm running against an evil Democrat system. These are evil people. I wasn't running against Biden either. He was stuck in a basement. I didn't even run against him. I mean, no, we're running against a very evil system, and we have to defeat that system. And America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. As we stand on the brink of rescuing our country, I want to take a moment to thank the millions of hardworking men and women who are the heart and soul of this, the greatest movement of all time. Because it's you much more so than me, frankly. You're incredible people. You built this country, and you're going to save this country, but you're incredible people. You're really incredible people. And as I said in the very beginning, this isn't my campaign. This is your campaign. This is a great campaign that's now it's 9 years, and we've been fighting side by side every step of the way. We've been together. That's why it's not even hard. People say to me, like very successful people, how do you stand up and talk in front of these people? And it's sort of easy because they're love. It's love in these rooms. I just left Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, fly up here, and the love was the same. It's such love, and it's not hard to do. It's, you know, it's much harder to do when you have people screaming at you. But there's love in this room. I think there's love in the whole country. I think it's a much bigger movement than we even understand. I think we're going to end up getting numbers that are far greater than we would expect. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally. Can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies, there's never been anything like it, and there never will be anything like it. And it just happened. It caught on, and I think it caught on because our country's in trouble, and you know, I happened to be a messenger that was able to tell you what you do, because most people understand it. Most people with common sense, we're the party of common sense, they understand it. But this is all you need to know. I mean, Joe and Kamala broke it, and I will fix it. I'll fix it fast. And America will be bigger and better and bolder and richer and safer and stronger than ever before. It's going to be all of those things. The presidency requires strength, courage, and grit. And in a little while, you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're destroying our country. You were a terrible vice president. You destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed San Francisco. And she worked, when she was Attorney General of California, she worked along with a lot of her friends out there, like Gavin Newsom, the governor, one of the worst governors in history, and destroyed the state. I mean, more people moved out than moved in last year, first time ever. That's never happened before. You're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You're a low IQ individual. We want smart people. We want cunning people. We're dealing with the smartest people in the world. We don't want you negotiating nuclear deals because you don't know what the word nuclear means. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You want to ruin our country. If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. The whole thing. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She was given the authority to run the border by Sleepy Joe because he wanted to go to bed and he wanted to sleep. He had only one thing he wanted to do, and that's sleep. So he made her the border czar. Now she's trying to deny it. By the way, the Border Patrol 2 weeks ago gave us the strongest endorsement you've ever heard. They said he's the greatest president in history and the best president on the border by a factor of 10. And I said to them, does that mean I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George? Well, yes, sir, you're better than both of them. I had one problem. I had one of the guys that came up, and they all, like 10 guys, they all made speeches. He's like 36. He said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. I said, I like the first guy better. I like Lincoln or Washington better than 36 years, right? But he meant well. But you know what? I was, in terms of the border, what we did, we built all that wall. We built an extra 200 miles. They could have flipped it up in 3 weeks. You know that. It was all built. They sold it for scrap metal for 5 cents on the dollar, so much. And that's when I realized they actually want open borders. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. And these people are all coming into our country. Are you okay down there? Is somebody hurt? Oh, is somebody hurt? Oh, I saw you looking on the floor. I thought somebody was hurt. Oh, okay. We don't want our people to be hurt, right? We don't want that. But all around the world, they come from Venezuela, they come from the Congo in Africa, not just from South America, they come from all over the world, and they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of our people, a lot, far more than anybody thought even possible. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. It begins. The United States is now an occupied country. Who would have believed somebody that's running for president and perhaps will be president in less than 24 hours or maybe it will take these machines that we pay so much for 2 weeks. Can you believe it? You know, if you used very highly sophisticated watermark papers, it's more sophisticated than the machines. Paper, highly sophisticated. Okay, if you used paper, and if you used voter ID, and if you had 1 day, and you, in addition to voter ID, you have a proof of the fact that you're a citizen of our country, which would be nice, you would have the results tabulated like in France. They had 37 million people. The results were tabulated at 9:30 in the evening. They had a winner, they had a loser, and they went home. And here's the other thing. I know nobody's very cost conscious anymore. 8% would be the cost compared to the cost of these very highly complex machines. And Elon Musk told me, he probably knows more about computers than any man in the world. He said that machines don't work because they're easily violated. Now, this is the smartest guy in the world, the guy that runs rockets with computers, and saying the computers are far more important than the engines. I mean, nobody knows anything like this. But if you use paper, it's 8% the cost of the other. It's more accurate. And you don't have 12-day waits. And then what the hell's happening in the inside of those machines if you wait? We want the answer tomorrow, tonight. We want the answer tonight.
Yes.
They spend all this money. And old-fashioned paper is much less expensive. And you know what? It's more accurate. It's much better. Something's going on with this. I mean, what the hell are they doing? But we don't want to wait 10 days, 12 days, 3 days, 2 days, or 2 hours. We want the answer tonight. So we live in an occupied country, and I will tell you, we will be an occupied country no longer. This will take these young guys, these have military type equipment, highest grade, highest level, supreme military equipment. Where the hell did they get this stuff? They've taken over large parts of Colorado. They've taken over parts of numerous states, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they think it's going to destroy their city or town. They're all over the place. And when they're not, those people running those towns, when they're not, they're petrified. They don't want them coming in. In one town in Ohio, as you know, they have a beautiful town of, think of this, 50,000 people, and they dumped 30,000 migrants into the town. So you have 50,000, now you have 30,000 migrants. Springfield, Ohio. It's a beautiful place, gorgeous place. And now if you want to go to the hospital, you can't. If you want to get a checkup, you can't. If you want to find a doctor, you can't. If you want to get your kid into school, you can't. It's a whole different world. We can't allow this to happen. They're destroying our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America.
Yay. Happy
On
November
day
the
one, I
5th.
launched the largest
Trump, Trump,
deportation
Trump.
program of criminals in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you believe I'm running for this great office and I'm talking about rescuing cities and towns that have been invaded and conquered? Can you
Unbelievable.
imagine 10 years ago? Can you imagine 10 years ago using language like that? Or saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sport. You know, if you go back just 10 years and you move yourself forward and you heard a politician saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sports, they'll think, is this guy crazy? Of course they're not going to play. To expedite removals of Tren Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13. Tren is from Venezuela prison system, and they are rough. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole.
That's
We
right.
don't want them back. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills
That's
an American
right.
citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. They're sanctuary for criminals. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. The
That's
workers
right.
are getting destroyed. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. Think of that. Who can afford that? Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, and I'm glad these numbers are coming out now. I'll fix it, but boy, it's getting bad. 12,000 jobs were announced. Now, usually you hear 200, 250, and you hear it for years and years. 12,000 jobs. And then they became frauds. It was a fraud on the country because they made up numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the start of the year. You don't hear these numbers from the fake news. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. These are depression-type numbers. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Just think, a few months ago, they fraudulently claimed 818,000 jobs were created, when in fact, there were none. They said 818,000 jobs were created in our country, which kept us, and what that did is it kept us like okay. It wasn't great, but it was like not record shattering or anything. But it was a lie. And they thought they'd be able to get away with it until after the election, and then announce after the election that they made a mistake. These are bad people. Fortunately, there was a whistleblower who I think should be entitled to an award. Could you imagine if it were me and we lost the election and then a few days later they say that the job numbers are being revised by almost 1 million people? And now they've just revised it again. On top of the 818,000, 112,000 fake jobs were just announced. So you add that up and it's almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were announced. And nothing happens. These guys don't report about it. If I was talking about 2 jobs, it would be like front page on every newspaper. They cheated, and it's fraud. You know, when they make mistakes, they make them for 2,000, 3,000. There was never 818,000 jobs right before the election were announced, and they turned out to be a fraud. And they were going to announce the revision after the election was over. What the hell kind of an election would that have been? So I want to thank this whistleblower. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. Think of that. 100%. 100% of the jobs that were created went to migrants, not to people. And I'll tell you what, your black population is being devastated by these people. They're taking all the black population jobs away, and they should announce those numbers before the election also, because frankly, what's happening there, you're going to see some bad things happen. They're taking their jobs, and the Hispanic population is going to be next. You watch. It's horrible. But if I win, it's going to be not so horrible because we'll fix it. These are depression type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. And if she's elected, we're talking about a 1929 style depression. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to make it a miracle. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. And we're just one day, meaning a half a day, sir, away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Gotta vote. You gotta vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history. I've never heard anybody campaign. I've done this stuff for a long time, but I've been involved for a very long time supporting candidates. And candidates are always saying, we will reduce your taxes, efficiency, all this stuff. They're running on the fact that they're going to raise taxes substantially. I've never heard that. This is the craziest campaign I've ever seen. We will raise your taxes. Vote for us. Mondale, he says Mondale. I think you're right. We're going to raise your taxes. But they're going to do that on the typical family, American family. They're raising the taxes more than $3,000 a year. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax for our great seniors on Social Security benefits. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months. Okay, when that happens, everything's coming down. The donuts are going to come down. The food is going to come down. As we say, the groceries. I just told the story in Pittsburgh. A woman, elderly, goes to a supermarket and takes 3 apples and brings the apples to the counter. And then she realizes that the price went up yet again. And she doesn't have the money for them. And she excuses herself. She walks back to the refrigerator, puts the apple back in refrigeration, and walks back and buys the 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in our country. That should not be happening, and we're not going to have it happen long. I will cancel Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. And I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible. So how about that? Nobody, people, the most brilliant people, is that Scott Bessent over there? Where's Scott? Scott, stand up. He said he's one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street. Do you agree, Scott, that you're one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street? Because everybody else says it. He's too shy to say it, but he's a genius. You know what his theory is? The stock market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. And others too. I'm saying it a lot. I think they're following your lead. But I appreciate that confidence. It's very nice. He's a brilliant guy. But so they call up and they say, brilliant guys are calling me up. And they say, where'd you come up? On a car loan, we're going to give people, we want to develop the car business in this country. In a car loan, we're going to give people the right to deduct interest, but only if the car is made in the USA. What the hell do I care if a car is going to be made in? If a car is going to be made in Japan or China or someplace else, what the hell? I don't care if they buy it. I want them to buy cars. So think of that, what that's going to do for Michigan. So if a car is made in Michigan, you get a big deduction. That's going to be somebody. So I started just with the deduction. And I thought to myself, you know, why should I give them a deduction to buy a car that's made in China or Japan or South Korea? Well, I don't, you know, look, I mean,
A lot of them know how to do business like this.
but I want them to be built here.
She in
So
Detroit, she
then I
never
came in
talks
with
to
that
them
little
like
extra
this.
tip, and it says, but you only get the deduction if the car is made in America. Isn't that like cool? And hopefully right here.
How come Kamala don't
in
come up
Detroit,
with this? How
in
come
Michigan
she
would be
doesn't
great.
make deals
We're
or
thrilled to be joined by
try to help
your
the
next
car
senator,
industry?
Mike Rogers. Mike, thank you very much. Thank you. You're doing great. This guy is doing great. He is amazing. I think I'll tell you, you know, it's hard to beat some of these people because they lie. I heard she's another one. She's going around saying she's very close to Trump. She agrees with Donald Trump on the tariffs and the wall and this, but she never agreed until about 2 weeks ago when she was losing, right? No, she's doing, but I have about 6 of them that are doing that. They're doing that against Bernie Moreno. They got a guy running against him, Brown, Sherrod Brown. I love President Trump very much. He's great. You know, I'm leading, you know how, by like almost 20 points or something. So all of a sudden they love me. They all love me. And the day after the election, he'll be calling for my impeachment. Let's impeach him. These people are sick. But we have great members, and Mike is really a talented guy, respected all over Washington. He was there, he was very successful. And I hope he can represent you because he's going to be one of the stalwarts. He'll be a leader. Thank you. And also members of Congress, John, Joyce, Bill, Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John Molinaire. I saw you guys. Very good speech you guys made. Boy, you really were rocking them, huh? You guys, very different styles, but tremendous talents and really good. Thank you very much. They really are tremendous. You have a great bunch here. I don't say that with all states. Some states I'm not so thrilled, but that's okay. And governors, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Where's Sarah? She's so good. She is so good, right? Proud of her. I saw her father the other day. I served on a panel with him. And I said, you know, Mike, I think you're great. He endorsed me when I was running. He gave me a 4-page endorsement. And I think the endorsement was put out before I finished my speech. And I said, you know, you're great. He said, well, I appreciate that, but my daughter is far greater. How about that? Is that nice? My daughter is greater, he said. And he's not a man without an ego, I will tell you, right, Sarah? But he said, my daughter is greater. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing that he said. He's an incredible guy. And Doug Burgum, who's become one of the real stars of the party. And Catherine, stand up. I first noticed Doug by looking at Catherine. She was riding a horse in an ad. I said, who the hell is that? But I don't look anymore. No, beauty doesn't mean a damn thing to me. It doesn't mean anything, but I did notice there was a woman, and to the left there was a man riding, but I didn't notice him so much. But it was this couple, and you know the ad I'm talking about. It was beautiful. It's like the most beautiful. He looked like the Marlboro Man. Whatever happened to him? But what a combination. And he's become one of the most successful governors. What he's done with the fracking and with the oil and gas and everything, he's become something special. He's done a great job. Thank you both very much for being here. Appreciate it. And former Congresswoman and Democrat candidate for president who did very well. I watched her for a long time. She's a woman of incredible intelligence, but maybe more than anything else, unbelievable common sense. And very, very special. She just joined the Republican Party, by the way. She was an independent for years. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you.
Tulsi. Now she could be president.
Yeah, they standing up and Tulsi.
And a man who's very special with a great talent. He was the ambassador to Germany. And I'll never forget when I took him out. The happiest person in the world was Angela Merkel. When Rick Grenell was taken out, this was the best day in Angela's life. He was not your typical ambassador. He was somebody who would say, this is no good, what's happening? And actually it was a love hate. They really loved him, but they said he's a smart one. He was wise to what they were doing. Rick Grenell, where is Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And a woman who ran a very good race. It was a hard race because, you know, she believes in things and she believes in them very strongly. And I say you always have to stick with your beliefs. It's very tough. I told her it's very tough. But she's a hell of a woman. She had a father who I knew. He was a steelman. He was in the steel business. He was thankful when I put the tariffs on because we saved the steel industry, and he was a real pro. He passed away, but he was a great guy. But he'd be very proud of his daughter. His daughter's an incredible woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you. We miss your father, right? What a great guy he was. And then we have a woman who drives extremely fast. She can drive a car. And, you know, just very successful, won races, but she was very successful. It takes tremendous courage and strength and everything else. It takes everything. I think driving those cars at 220 and 240 miles an hour, boy, you got to be brave. Probably have to be a little bit crazy, Danica Bradrick, right? You have to be a little crazy, right? But it's Danica. Such an honor to have you involved, Danica. Such an honor. She's so smart. We were talking about, I just can't believe it how I was asking her questions on the plane over about, how do you do it? How do you do it? Because, you know, they had me in one of these cars that start the race, and I'm sitting in the car, and we're going like 60 miles less than what you travel at, and I'm saying to the driver, you okay? He was okay. But it's an honor to have you involved. You're really special, a really incredible athlete. She's an incredible athlete. And another person that was very honest and very talented and doing an incredible job, but she was extremely honest. And sometimes you can be honest and it doesn't work out, but it's actually worked out really well because she's doing phenomenally well, better than before. Sage Steele, thank you very much, sir. And Michigan Republican Party Chairman Pete Hoekstra. Now, I told Pete, I've known Pete for a long time. He was very, very successful at everything he did, and he was an ambassador. He was one of the best. And I said, Pete, you got to come in and run the party. You got to do it for me. And it was not that easy. He has a lot of options, and he came in, and I mean, I think we're going to have a great result later. But Pete came in and ran the party, and I'll tell you, it is so organized, it's so professional. I think we're going to win. I mean, I think we're going to win in Michigan. Seems to be. We can't let them forget that I stopped that big Chinese plant in Mexico. Put that on top. But no, that was the thing. Nobody else would do that. I did it without being president. They just said, but they know it's not going to be easy for them. They won't. They're going to, let's put it this way. If they build it, they're going to lose their ass, okay? So I want to thank you, Pete. You've done incredible. And a man who I fell in love with, actually, he's an auto worker and a union guy, but he saw what was happening. He saw look, I mean, you take a look at this area and go back 50, 60 years, it's been just a downward trend. It looks like, you ever see a chart? It's like, right, Brian? It's like just a downward, like a sliding ramp. Brian Pennebecker from the Auto Workers for Trump. Brian, come up here for a second. Come here. Come here. I gotta see. I love this guy. I always wanted arms like him. He's got that biggest, meanest arms. They look like what grabs that rocket. He could grab the rocket. Tell them a little bit about what you see going on, and I tell you, he's just an incredible guy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here at your very last campaign rally. I gotta give a shout out to Scott Hagerstrom right out here. He brought me to Novi when you were holding a rally there in September of 2016. You were a candidate before you were president, and I got backstage and got to meet you, and I told you the little song about Macomb County, home of the Reagan Democrats. I said, Mr. Trump, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support, which is basically the UAW members, and I got a few of them here with me tonight. I said, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. I said, Mr. Trump, if you win Michigan, we both know what that means. You win the White House. And that's exactly what happened. So we're going to do it again this year. The UAW represented auto workers are going to vote 65% or more for Donald Trump for president, and we're going to carry Michigan again.
Thank you, Brian. Great guy. Great guy. And you're a great guy. I appreciate that support. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. It's serene. You gave us a beauty there, didn't you, huh? He's a worker. Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you very much. Great job. You're doing beautifully. And Michigan House Republican leader, Matt Hall. Tremendous guy. The great Steve Witkoff, great businessman, the most generous person I know. He gives a lot of money. Every time there's a hurricane, he wants to give money, and he's just great. And Howard Lutnick, he's working along with my children, and Linda McMahon, who's fantastic, and they're working on transition. But I said, don't worry about transition. Let's win this thing first. Okay, we'll work on transition. But he's one of the most respected people on Wall Street. Rebuilt his firm after it was taken out of the World Trade Center by that horror show act. Long ago now, but it's still very emblazoned in all of our minds. But so Howard, thank you very much. Howard Lutnick, thank you very much. And my great children, should I have them come up real fast?
All right. The Trump.
John, Eric, Tiffany, Laura, Michael, come on up here. And we have Ivanka at home, sitting home, watching every second of it.
You need to show up.
And we have Barron, my beautiful boy, Barron.
Yeah, we want to see Barron.
Barron, he knows more about computers than anybody. I closed up his computer. He said, Dad, it'll take it 2 minutes to figure that out. And all of a sudden, the damn thing opened up. I said, Barron, you got to turn it off. Okay, watch, I turn it off. It's no way. I put a separate code in. He's operating his computer. He's operating it 2 minutes later. So this group here They are so committed. They didn't have to do this. I guess we all didn't have to do it, but we have to because they want to see our country be so great and so strong and so respected again. When people they're laughing at our leaders. We have a guy can't walk, he can't find the stairways. Look, there's about 6 of them up. He finishes his speech, he can't find the stairways. And she's worse than him. You see what's going on. Did you see her tonight screaming, we're gonna win, we're gonna win, and she's screaming, and it's like 100 people going, what the hell is wrong with her?
Kamala, you are fired.
Behind me, I love them, but they are really special. They're very talented people. And every one of them. Maybe I'll ask Laura to start and say a couple of words. Can I do that? She's the chairman of the party, comes from North Carolina. I wanted her to run for the Senate. There was nobody could have beat her. But she said, you know, I have a great husband and I have beautiful kids and I really want to focus on them for a little while because she's been working hard. And she would have been great. And I said, who do you like? And they said, Ted Budd. And I went to Ted, I said, Ted, do you like it? He said, but I'm not gonna run if Laura runs. I said, well, she wants you, she likes you a lot. And he's become a great senator, but then she becomes like the chairman along with Michael Watley. Is Michael Watley here someplace? Yes? And I wanted, the mayor of Hamtramck is here. Come here. I see you. You gotta come up here, please. This guy has been with us almost from the beginning. I'm so glad we got to see him.
It's incredible, Trump's energy, that he's still going this strong at this time of the morning after 4 rallies. It's just incredible, incredible. And people are there. We're here supporting this great man that's going to become our president of the United States. He's a boss. Trump is a real boss.
It's another day. I spoke earlier
He's a boss.
before you came, and I told the crowd that tomorrow, or today actually, is going to be a historic day.
Yes, it
and
is.
We shall celebrate a historic victory today.
Trump is a real boss. Unlike Tampon Tim.
I'm very proud that I endorsed President Trump.
Yes.
And I broke the wall of fear among the Arab American and Muslim Americans. And I destroyed that wall of isolation and the wall of silence and the wall of hesitance among the Arab Americans. And now today we had a survey that was posted among the Arab Americans in the Metro Detroit, and it shows that President Trump is leading by 76%.
All right. See, Jews, Latinos, blacks, Muslims, everybody's for him.
And the rest was for others. So we are in a mission to end that disconnect between the minorities and the Republican Party and to make it the party of inclusion.
Yes.
And
Kamala can go back to being Indian now.
This is the priority for us.
She only
today,
black
to
when
send
she
President
running.
Trump back to the White House.
That's right.
So like I said earlier, he has done everything possible to gain your support.
Yes, he has.
Told me last Friday that it was 62 days of hard work with no break and no rest, and today it's 65 days with no rest. So he has used everything possible to gain your support. Hard work, seriousness, comedy,
Yeah, he's funny.
sarcasm, everything. So how is he a threat to our democracy as they keep the fake
No,
news
they're
keep
the
saying,
threat. Yeah,
and
they're
the
the
other
threat.
party. So I
They are the
ask
wolves
you
in
and I
sheep's
urge you
clothing.
to go out and vote tomorrow. And I think we have a big chance. I'm very optimistic that we will make history and we will win and make America great again. Thank you.
Yes! Woo woo! USA, 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 woo, woo. USA,
He's a great
USA.
man, and I'll tell you, you have hundreds of thousands of people that follow, and that could be a very big difference. The Democrats are not happy about this. This was supposed to be their vote, and they're not at all happy. But
We're
really
so
great,
sad
great,
for him.
great young guy. He's a young guy, and wow, what a leader. So thank you very much. If we win this state, you're going to be very responsible for it too, and I think we will. And tonight I got, I did a thing a couple of weeks ago with a very smart guy and very special, and a very special talent. He's got the #1 podcast, they say, by like 4 times. Joe Rogan. And a lot of people thought they loved that. It was 3 hours. Oh, it was so terrible because I did it. And I said, Joe, I got a rally of this size waiting for me in a very far away place. I'm going to be very late, like 2.5 hours late. But we kept talking. It went 3 hours and 15 minutes or something. Then when I got up there, it was cold, a little bitter, and everybody waited. Nobody left. And I explained to him, look, Joe is the #1 guy. He kept me late. But I'm doing it because we have to win. And not one person was unhappy. We had a great time. And I said, we're going to devote a lot more time. It was pretty late at night. It was worse than this, okay? I can tell you. But Joe Rogan just announced, and he doesn't do this at all. I don't think he's ever done it, but he just announced that he's giving me his complete and total endorsement. Wow. So Laura, will you say a few words, please?
Are we ready to turn Michigan red today? Today is the day that we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to Hollywood, to the swamp.
Yes.
And it is not them. It is we, the people, who get to choose our president.
Yes. That's called democracy.
And we're choosing Donald J. Trump.
Right. That's democracy, not them choosing someone for you.
I just want to say thank you. This is a very special night for our family. This has been almost a decade of doing this, and it has been my honor to be a part of this family, to be out speaking on behalf of a man who I love, not just because he's my father-in-law, but because he is going to save this country and going to save the world. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Get everybody out to vote. Thank you, Michigan.
She speaks very well.
Thank you, guys. Today, when you wake up with not very much sleep, you gotta get to the polls. You gotta bring your friends and your families and your loved ones, and we have to make it too big to rig. Guys, it's simple. It's a unique election. You've lived under both candidates.
Yeah.
People like to pretend like it's not the Harris-Biden regime that has destroyed your American dream, our country, our economy, the entire world, and Western civilization. Well, you guys, starting right now, it's on you to reclaim what is yours, your country. It would be an honor for me, for you guys to show the same amount of resolve that this man showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face and came back defiant. You guys take that attitude to the polls.
To the polls.
To your text messages to your friends.
To the polls.
If you've early voted, drive everyone you know to the polls. That resolve is what kept us at peace. That resolve is what made trade deals. That resolve is going to save America, and it's going to put America first again, once and for all. So guys, now it's up to you. You make our country proud like he makes us proud each and every day. Let's get it done, America. Let's get it done, Michigan. Let's go.
That's right. Let's get it done, America. USA.
Well, good morning, Michigan. Who else
USA.
could have this many people at 2 a.m.? Only Donald Trump.
Only Donald Trump. Without a star, right? Without a Beyonce.
Guys, I've watched the hell that they put him through for the last 10 years. I mean, the fake impeachments, the dossiers, the Russia hoax, going after his Supreme Court justices, censoring him, taking away his First Amendment right, trying to take him off the ballots in various states all across the country, raiding his home. And yet he comes out every single day and he fights, and he fights, and he fights. And when other candidates have packed it in for the night, you know who's standing on the stage at 2 a.m.?
Donald Trump.
It's Donald Trump.
Trump. That's right.
America, it's time
Still
for us
fighting
to
for
pick
you.
our fighter,
He's still
and it's
fighting
that
for
man
us.
Right there. And I can tell you, as a
Where's
son,
Kamala?
as
With
a
the
family,
stars
we
must
have
have went
never been
home.
more proud of a person in our life. I have never been more proud to stand on a stage with somebody in my life. He's the most remarkable man I know. And I promise you, I will be on the stage till the end of earth with you because I truly believe in you.
That's beautiful.
And I believe what you're doing for this country and what you're doing for our children. And you are going to save democracy in the United States, and you're going to keep peace in the world. And I love you, and we're proud of you. And let's make America
Where's Kamala people
great
talking like
again.
this? I mean, this is
Thank you,
like...
Michigan.
Never hear Tiffany talk.
Hello. So my father has never stopped, and he will never stop working for you guys. So let's get out there, let's vote for prosperity, and let's vote for the future that we want to have for our children and for our future generations. Thank you.
Go ahead, get out there.
That guy never wants to talk.
He should have.
Yeah.
He should have just said vote, vote, vote.
This is the second time he's done that.
He should have said, all he do is say vote for my father-in-law, Donald Trump. He's a billionaire rich or something.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my kids, but I'll tell you, they're very good people. They're good people. They're great people that love our country, and they're working. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do this. So in conclusion, with your vote, we're going to fire Kamala.
Fire.
And we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. And a lot of it will be using my favorite to send their fentanyl through your system and through your
Trump.
country.
Let's go.
And we're
Drill,
gonna give a
baby,
little bit of
drill. We
time.
got this.
We
Everyone
don't
needs to
want
go out
folks
there and
coming
vote and
across our
support
border,
Trump.
any border.
Thanks.
And whether it's Mexico or Canada or wherever, because they're starting now in Canada, they're starting to go up north. But whether it's Mexico or Canada, we're going to explain to them quickly that if you allow fentanyl and these drugs to come through your country, we're going to charge you large-scale tariffs on everything you send into the United States. And they're making a lot of money in the United States. They couldn't exist without us, so we're going to do that. And we're going to tell China that if you continue to send fentanyl to Mexico or any place else that comes into our country, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you sell into the United States of America. We're not going to we can't let them, and you've never heard that from anybody but me, and I've had it in my mind for a long time, but I didn't want to tell these guys about it because they'd only screw it up like they do everything else. But I say it now because now we have the election coming up in a matter of hours. And we're not going to let them destroy our country. Most of our crime, probably 60% of our crime is caused by drugs. People that are taking.
We have to really be thoughtful and think about this nation and this world with a different perspective that is so important for this man. Like, God called him at a time like this when this country really needs him. The people that are running are morons. They are unfit and not capable of being world leaders. No one is going to follow them. If they are elected into office, then President Xi is going to attack Taiwan, and we're going to be in World War III with two imbeciles who don't know what they're doing. So anyway, we need to be mindful. These people, this woman just ran on abortion. She didn't run on her administration, her ticket. She never even told people what her policies are. She refuses to do interviews. I mean, it's just been ridiculous, but you want to run for the highest office in the world. So we need to take that in consideration, pray to God and ask God, who should you vote for? Ask God. Ask God. We don't need stupid people running this country. They're stupid. They're weak and stupid, and Russia and China will crush this administration.
We did great in 2016. We did better in 2020. We got more votes in 2020 than any president by millions, any president in the history of our country. And because of that, I said, I'll sit back and I'll watch. And if they do a bad job, I didn't need this, but if they do a bad job, I'm going to run because of how well we did. And if they do a good job, I would actually prefer that they did a great job. If they did a great job, I would say that's a great thing. But I mean, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president, and she got no votes. They like to say to me, that's not the democratic way to go. It's not. It's just a terrible thing. It's just a terrible thing. That's what's going on in this country. But so I sat back and I watched and I saw all the horrible things that were happening. You know what they are. And maybe the worst was what they've done with inflation, but I actually think the worst is what they've done with their border, because they're destroying our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to change it really fast. We're going to have the greatest country we've ever had. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. It would have never happened again. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. And I will prevent World War III from happening. I know all the plans. And it's a very good chance that it will indeed happen. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. They gave so much of it away to Afghanistan. It's so crazy. I rebuilt our military. We will build a missile defense shield around our country, all made in the USA and much of it made right here. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, and he really was right, other than we did not have the technology. I'm glad we didn't do it, but now we can shoot a needle out of the air. We can shoot a little pin out of the air. It's incredible technology, our technology. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is in terrible shape, with graffitis on the beautiful, incredible marble columns, and painting the lions and burning the American flag. What they did a month ago was terrible. But we're going to make our cities safe and clean and beautiful again. We'll work with Democrat governors and mayors. We'll probably have to, and that's okay. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the
Get
hell
'em
out
out.
of schools.
Women rights.
And we will keep men out of women's sports.
Women rights.
I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And after years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally be going to build up our borders, build up our country, and build up and protect our citizens.
Our. That's the key word.
It's called
America first.
America first. We're going to put America
America
first.
first.
We put America last. They put America last. We put America first.
America
And it
first.
doesn't mean we're into isolation. We're not. We're going to help the world, but we have to straighten ourselves out, or we won't be able to help anything. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place rapidly. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with the opportunity and hope, and maybe above all, the American dream will be back. It's going to come back. We're bringing it back for your children. And we're bringing it back for yourselves. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop the radical left agenda with a landslide victory that is too big to rig, too big. The silent majority is back, and tomorrow you need to get out and vote. We have a silent majority, but we're just sort of speaking up. This is shown that the level of enthusiasm is 5 times greater than their level. They have no level of enthusiasm. They don't believe in her. They know she shouldn't even be running. They are, as they say, a threat to democracy. What they've done is a threat to democracy.
Yes,
they
it
stole the presidency away from a very angry man. I watched him last night. He's a very angry man. I'm convinced he likes me more than he likes Kamala.
Yes, he does.
For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you.
We have to make sure that we help get him in office by all means necessary. By all means necessary. We need to get him in office. So just make sure you vote
For Trump.
for Trump.
We'll restore America's promise, and we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight.
That's
and we
right.
will win.
Fight.
November 5th, today will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again.
Look how strong he
We will
sounds.
make America
2
wealthy
a.m. in the
again.
morning.
We will make America healthy again. Bobby Kennedy Jr. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you. I love you all.
Love you.
God bless you.
God bless you.
God bless you, Michigan. God bless
Get out and vote.
the United States of America. Thank
That's
you,
right.
everybody. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you.
Let's go, Trump.
USA. 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 USA.
The final countdown.
We here.
We're here.
We're here.
I'm pumped up. I'm excited. Trump gonna take this home.
Yeah, it's time. It's time for us to do our part. Trump has done everything he's possibly been able to do to speak to us, talk to us, tell us his plan, what he's trying to do, how he's trying to rescue America because of these crazy people that have literally destroyed this country. I mean, they literally, it's like you have a little kid and you put them in a room and you leave them in a room and you come back and it's completely destroyed. Or say you leave out the house, you have a little puppy or a dog, and they done tore up the freaking whole house. That's what these people have done.
People are sucker for punishment.
I wish they could suffer by themselves. I wish I wasn't included. Go for it. I just don't want to have any parts of it.
Yeah, you got a lot of people that I'm just blocking at this point.
Well, they know that they're losing. I mean, when you're speaking the truth, people can't accept the truth, and you'd be surprised that these are grown people.
Yeah,
these are adults. You know, you can agree to disagree. It's just really crazy.
No, Kamala hasn't told us her plan.
She hasn't said a damn thing unless you understand word salads. Unless you can interpret word salads. She hasn't talked about a plan. She never talked about what she's going to do. She never talked about phone calls to any of these leaders. She's never told us how she's going to bring the America back. She said, I got a policy. What the hell is it? How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? She can't.
Jonathan Stewart, he's verified. He said, you're getting a female president. Okay, soy boy.
Are you the female? You know, it's just so sad that people, I mean, that we are experiencing this all together, and it's just so amazing.
It's crazy.
That these people will fight they will fight you to live on the streets. They will fight you. They will fight you.
And all these
people are getting killed. The American citizens are getting killed. Little girl just got raped.
And it's sad.
Like 5-year-old little girl just got raped.
Disturbing.
And these people will fight you over the cartel, the terrorists, wars, you know, low, horrible economy, inflation. They fighting you. They fighting you over this. It's unbelievable.
It's really
it's like a damn laundry list of bullshit, and they will fight you.
It's a scary sight to see that there's a lot of grown ass men that are for Kamala.
Because they zesty. They gotta be zesty.
Sassy.
Yeah, sassy, zesty. They gotta be. Because men are supposed to take care of their families. The economy that they have, people working 2 or 3 jobs and don't have enough to still pay their bills. That's a problem.
Imagine being black and voting for a lady that's put thousands of black people in jail for minor things such as weed.
And gave them, increased their sentences to lengthier times so that they could fight fires in California. Locked up black women for truancy because sick children couldn't go to school, lost jobs, lost house, lost everything. She's hurt. She gave one man, I think he had a double life sentence for a non-violent crime, probably was selling weed.
I read books.
And had someone on death row. And then he wanted to give him a DNA test.
That's my girlfriend.
Then he was found innocent after Gavin Newsom allowed the testing. So it's a lot. That woman is a horror. She has done nothing. Look what she's done to America. Are you kidding me? And people saying, give me more men and women's sports. Give me more. Talking about women's rights. How can she say fight for women's rights, but you got men all in women's sports? How do you say you fight for women's rights? You want women's rights to not to be taken away when you got men in freaking women bathrooms? Those are women's rights. They're not to have a man in the goddamn women's locker room, or in a women's bathroom, or in women's sports. Let's start with that. Kamala followers. Unless y'all zesty, maybe you're a man and want to play in women's sports so that you can beat on women. They beating on women. They knocking them out. They hurting them.
Some say you concerned about sports. What about right to health care?
Yeah, we need our health care. Yeah, the illegal immigrants are killing our health care system. Talking about health care. Like Trump is not for health care. This woman's not for health care. She's destroying health care. We can't sustain the freaking illegals, 20 million people in our healthcare system. Are you dumb?
Doesn't even make any sense. That's an L for saying that L.
I mean, be for real, people. This is not the same America. This is the new America. Y'all better wake up. Those same privileges, and you go to the hospital, you're the only one there. It's not like that now. You're lucky if you've been being seen. This is the new America. There's been an invasion. It's not like it was. They destroyed it.
Yeah, it's
Huh?
just crazy to see, you know, these
Now
people.
you see how now you're getting older. You see
yeah.
how really simpleton these
The
adults are.
crazy thing is these people aren't like my age in school and stuff. These people are people with
They
children.
have children older than
and-
you,
and
double your
homes.
age, and they've been here for a while. And this is their logic. I mean, it's surprising when you get older and find out how these adults
Yeah.
are just incapable of just making adult decisions that's the best for you. I mean, they're not even looking out for their own best interest. They will fight you because this woman is living her life, got money, been taken care of. Everybody she's talking to are multi-millionaires, all these entertainers, and she's not living the life you're living. Not living it. She caused this inflation. And you want the person to cause it like they supposed to fix it. She don't know how to. And she shows she doesn't know how to. She should be able to stand her ground and hold a conversation and say what she's going to do for the American people. The only thing she's done is nothing for us. That's why she doesn't talk.
There's literally no
God darn,
there's no
it's
logical
insane.
reason. There's no hold on, Mom. There's
Yeah.
no logical reason to vote for her. Like if you think of it, like all the reasons to vote for her are subjective. Like, oh, you think she's black? Oh, cause she's a woman.
Yeah.
Oh, cause she's a woman. But there's no actual logical reason to vote for her. And it's just really just insane to see and to hear some of these people and things they say, you know, I'm not trying to be in the country that you influence. I'm trying to be in the country that is influenced from God and is with a leader who shows his faith in God, not someone who's kicking Christians out of her rally because they say Jesus is king, not someone who's for abortion, not someone who's for the alphabet club, not someone for illegal immigrants coming here and causing chaos across this country. But it's like, that's what some people want. But, I'm not trying to live the same life as you. And it's really like, before I was more happy and excited about it, but now it's like these live streams, I'm getting kind of tired of reading the comments. I'm getting a lot of just people just it's not even just brainless. It's like you're brainless and you're soulless because you're not taking into account everything that's happening to people because of them.
They don't care.
Yeah, and that's why I say they're soulless. It's not even brainless, they're
They
soulless.
just don't care. They don't even care about their own well-being because they're willing to vote against their own best interests. They're fighting for someone that's not fighting for them. She's fighting for the illegal immigrants. She's fighting for giving money to Ukraine, our taxpayer dollars. She's fighting for, wars in Gaza. She's fighting for Lebanon. Fighting for everyone except us here in the United States of America. And that ought to tell you something.
I look at her getting stars like Lady Gaga and Oprah now. Like, look at this.
Yeah.
Having concerts.
She can't have, she partying, people going without food, they losing their jobs. The economy is in the toilet, and she wants to party when the little girl just got killed by one of her migrants. 5 years old was.
Damn.
I mean, this one was rape. all this stuff that's going on.
It's just sickening.
You know, she's not even serious about the presidency. You got all, she has to have all these celebrities that are trying to tell you to vote for this woman when this woman can't stand on her own policy. She's supposed to stand on her administration and show us what has she done for the American people. She's supposed to be able to tell us, what have you done for us? But she can't, because she's done everything to destroy America. It'll be a miracle to get this country back. A miracle, because what's in here now, I don't know if it will ever be the same. Wait till they start acting up. Even the Homeland Security, all of them are saying that they're so concerned. They don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. Wait till they start acting up. You know, the stuff that you're seeing overseas, it's here now. They brought it here. I mean, I don't know why people don't have that concept. Look what a few people did with 9/11. That was just a few people. A few. I mean, think about it. If you have a mind. They're not even realizing what's here in this country. We have never had to deal with this before. Americans didn't have to deal with this. We never had to talk like this. Never. Never have we had to experience this and been made unsafe. We were safe here in the United States of America. Not now. Not now. And y'all walking around and want to ignore that there's 15,000 rapists running around that were convicted. We don't know how many. We got 48 states, 50 states, and it's what? 15,000? How many in each state could be in each state? And we got 13,099 convicted murderers. You know, people being murdered every day. They're not even telling you when they're migrants, illegal migrants. They're not even telling you that till you see their picture. And then you can see, oh yeah, that's an illegal migrant. Look at them trying to hide it. Mainstream media been shutting down all the news because it'll lessen her chances of getting elected if you were seeing the truth. They're influential. They showing her like it's this big, wonderful party that's going on while people are suffering out here. There's people on TV and on social media crying. This lady was up there crying to her husband working 2 or 3 jobs, and they still don't have money. They still trying to make it. How they don't know the kids, they're not going to have Christmas. There's people out here with real problems right now that can't eat, can't feed their kids. And she talking about that she wants to protect women's bodies. So women, yeah, you want them to have abortions, but these same women do have children that they got to feed, and they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the resources to do it. The ones that are here, the ones that aren't aborted. You know, people are voting. Some of these people, I wish they could be on a planet by themselves, because the rest of us will suffer behind it if he doesn't win. I don't want people that are dumb making decisions for me. I like being around intelligent people, articulate people, people that you know, that are smart, that have common sense. That's who I want to be around. Those are the people that I decide to be in my circle. Not these slow thinking or just you can't help them. Some people you can't help. No matter what goes on, they'll say, well, I gotta vote for, yeah, she black. So we're gonna vote because this woman is an imposter, that she only black every 4 years, so she's black when she wants to win the black vote. Now she's Sister Harris. She's not. She's an Indian. She got sworn in the Senate as the first Indian. The first Indian. She's Indian. You know, all this, you know, identity politics instead of policy is just beneath us as Americans. We're supposed to be leaders of the world, not like this. The world's been depending on us. They think we done lost our mind. Look at these shady ass freaking people running for the highest office in the land. You got Tampon Tim. He's called himself a knucklehead. He lie every time he open up his mouth. They're not even trying to catch him in lies. He can't help it. Everything he says. They never question Kamala about her husband, his infidelity, about him getting a nanny pregnant, about him slapping some other lady around.
I wonder where.
But if that was Trump, they talk about him, everything he does. They don't talk about them.
I wonder where J.D. Vance was.
Yeah. And what about Kamala and her history? All her relationships. Let's not forget what's his name? Willie Brown. You know, they got skeletons too. They talk about they ready to tell you about Trump, but they're not telling you about these people. These people have skeletons in their closet as well. And people running to the polls and doing injustice to this country. You can't tell that these people that they are unqualified, really? You know what did anybody graduate from 5th grade? It's just unbelievable. But we're just praying, God save him for this. God is in control. I believe that he is going to win. But I just feel sorry for the people that can't think beyond what they see on the news or mainstream media. They lied to you. They've been lying. He couldn't even have a debate without debating 3 of them. And then they had stipulations for her that we're not going to ask her questions. We're not going to fact check her. All this conniving that goes on to prompt this woman up to go from the most hated VP in 3 months. She's supposed to be this wonderful like person. That's how the media can influence people just like that. They don't push Biden out and they don't put someone in that nobody voted for and they hollering democracy. They are the problem. They're the problem. They're against democracy. This is not how this is supposed to work. I'm supposed to be able to vote for the candidate that I feel that is best suited. She is not best suited, nor is Tampon Tim. Y'all just voting because y'all like, okay, we can't win with Biden. Trump is the big bad wolf. No, they're the big bad wolf. They're the wolf in sheep's clothing, and they gotta go. They gotta go. They gotta go. They gotta go. So I just hope you guys, we need to go get some rest. We'll be doing this tomorrow. We gotta get up and vote. Hope that your families are doing well. God is good and God is sitting on the throne. So when we look for our help coming from the Lord. So we stand on God's grace and God's blessing. But anyway, we all need to get some rest. I don't know where everybody is from. I don't know, probably from around the world. I imagine that there are people from everywhere that's on here. But we need to, uphold God. And she the only fake Christian up there in the church. Now she a pastor after she said, mock God, told people that they weren't welcome at her rally because they were saying Christ is King and Jesus is Lord. I mean, this fake and phoniness that's been going on, is not going to tolerate all this nonsense. And God shall not be mocked.
There's so many things. That's why I truly can't understand how people can support her.
There's a laundry list of all of this.
Yeah.
You could go on and on and on about how this is just unbelievable. It's like you could just go on and on and on.
And corrupt this part is like the House of Cards.
Yeah, it is the House of Cards. It's crazy. All the manipulation, the lying, the real deceivers are the ones that these people think are the good ones. I thought the Democrats were the good people. I thought the Republicans were the evil.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not. It's the opposite. It's the opposite. The freaking opposite. And it took me this election to find out. Last election, I was knocking on doors, canvassing, holding rallies, getting permits to have big events out in Liberty Park with the Liberty Bell, the Constitution Center, just out there speaking for different representatives and people in office. I mean, totally, this is night and day. Meeting Biden, talking to all the candidates. I mean, I was on the other team, not this go around. They promised black people they was going to give us these crime bills, George Floyd bill, the John Lewis. They didn't do anything for us. After I found that out, I'm done. You're not going to keep lying to us every 4 years. You're not getting my vote just based on keep promising black people and doing shit for black people. So, not this time. Not going to give you, you're not getting our votes. That's why so many black people now are voting for Trump. You know, Trump has done more for black people than Obama and Biden them ever have done. You know, especially when he did that First Step Act to undo what Biden did with that mass incarceration 1994 bill. It was Trump that did a bill to 30,000 people have come out of prison because of Trump. Okay, that were unjustly or nonviolent double sentences for marijuana. Okay, because of Biden. You know, so I'm done. Just based on that alone. Keep lying to us and give us nothing, but you want our votes. We've been the strongest voting bloc for the Democrats, have been black people. And now they're going to put all these illegals in our neighborhoods, use our tax dollars, and then they didn't count on us pulling away. They didn't see that coming when they're trying to take over the world and retain power for the next 60 years. They thought they could count on us still manipulating black people, but we got a lot of us are waking up. It's still a lot that refuse to come off that plantation, but we're done. They'll never get another vote from me, ever. You know, this is crazy. So anyway, we're going to get some rest. We got a busy day tomorrow, like this election. Probably going to be up late tomorrow as well. We just want Kamala to pack her bags, go back to San Francisco and talk in her word salads and drink her drink, because she looked like she drunk half the time anyway. You could tell she drinks. And that she could go on, live her life, and pack her bags, and she's fired. She's fired. She has to go. In Jesus' name. We plead the blood over you, Trump, from the crown of your heads to the soles of your feet. No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and every tongue that rises up in judgment thou shalt condemn. And the Lord shall cause thy enemies that come out against thee to be smitten before thy face. They shall come out against thee one way and flee before thee in seven. And he who dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. I would say, Lord, he's my refuge, my fortress, my God. In him will we trust. We will trust in God. You know, so we just pray for your families, your health, all is well, prosperity. That'll come when Trump get back in office. But Kamala, you're fired. She's fired. You got to go.
I get these demonic
Gotta go.
demonic ass people out of office, bruh.
They're demonic. If people can't see this wickedness, it's like God got to remove the blindness for their eyes. They can't, if they, all that they have done for people, to people, and they still like, oh, I just got to support. Oh, she the one. And she done stomped you. She stomped us. She done stomped America. And we're like, come on, give us more. Not today, Houston. Not today.
There's people 6 feet under because of her.
Because of her. Because of her.
And this Democratic Party.
It sucks. But anyway, you guys, God bless everyone. We got to call it good night. It's going on 3 o'clock in the morning. So Jesus is Lord. Christ is King. Y'all take care. Love you. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. God bless.